Okay. Yes, we'll start with our minutes from the April 9th meeting. Was there some corrections sent to you or something?
There was corrections that I was supposed to pass on to you guys that I did. I did do the two clerical, and it was,
Which is in here updated.
yeah, those are updated already. It was just like an and or something and whatever, and then there was the one on the removal of the extra stuff to the resolution.
You didn't do that.
No, I did not do that.
Okay, so we have the minutes as presented with the clerical updates. Is there a motion to approve? Motion, I will second. The motion in a second. Any discussion on the minutes?
So you do not want to change the language then?
I'm fine with it stands.
Yeah.
For what reason here, so. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Minutes approved. There we go. Okay, today's agenda, it is a regular meeting, so if there are any additions, or anything, got obviously road and bridge stuff on there, we got we do have a contract. ACDC's on unfinished, okay?
What's the road bridge sign order?
I don't know that. I'm assuming that's something that they will bring.
I mean, order road signs.
Oh.
Is that what I'm?
I'm assuming, yeah.
Road sign, isn't it?
We did a bunch last year, but maybe they put a bunch up, so over the winter. Then I guess I was just gonna put on there, just overall city agreements. I thought if we had time to go through some of that stuff today, county city agreements. we
That's,
could-
you can use that in that joint meeting prep at the bottom of the agenda.
Oh, there we go, you were on top of them. Yeah, I can't think of anything else that falls outside of highway department or joint meeting or that should cover bases, so.
Approve the agenda.
I'll second, I've got a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Agenda approved. Okay, our next meeting date,
Be the 6th. That's when you have your equalization.
I'm gonna say that's set already, is it not? Yeah. Yeah, I already got it in my phone, so. June 6th. That's also equalization. Okay. Board assignments, I guess we'll start with that. I did look at the date on my phone. It was the next day that Bill replied. I had texted him the day of the meeting, the 9th, and he replied on the 10th. But Bill Chrisman did agree to do one more term.
I figured because he came into the office asking when the next meeting was, so I was like, okay.
Yeah, no, I think he kind of, the just I got him one, maybe it would be his last, but he would do one more, so. Was there other board assignments?
Alex Messer, that's for Reed.
Oh, sure.
And I guess she said she did.
She did, okay. Okay, so we've got those two, and that should cover the board assignments. We did have a vision list. I guess maybe at our next ACDC meeting Wednesday, we'll have to ask Leah, maybe Leah Tant's gonna say, right, Tant?
Right.
Maybe she'd be interested in filling that position, I don't know, since she was officially hired as
She might, I haven't heard nothing else.
assistant director, so, yeah.
They haven't hired, they haven't interviewed anybody else.
I don't know if we've got a director applicant yet, but she did say she would be the assistant, so at least there's somebody in the office. But, okay, I will entertain a motion to approve the board assignments.
I'll move.
We have a motion, I will second. Any discussion on the board assignments? Bill, Alex. Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carried. Okay, wait for the road and bridge stuff. AC/DC contract. I believe this is the updated one in here, correct?
Yes, it is. So what I was sent by ACDC.
They're both there, one from last year.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you have an actual copy that you signed? Okay. Yeah, so if everything looks good with that AC/DC contract, I guess I will entertain a motion to accept and sign it.
I'll move to accept the AC/DC contract.
I'll second that. Is there a discussion on the AC/DC contract?
As long as we can do that, accept it, director's name.
You know, I think we'll just have to settle for the president and, I mean,
That's-
we need to,
We-
we need to have a contract in place, so I think we'll have to, maybe the assistant director can sign. I guess they have the duties, sharing the duties right now anyway, so, yeah, so. Any other discussion on that contract? Hearing none, I'll call a motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carried. You like that sign right away?
Yeah.
I seen Nathan this morning. I don't know if he wants to stop there and give us an update on how things are going.
Yeah, I think that.
These tables are so rough on times. Morning.
Morning, Councilman. You look smart. Yeah, it's finally on.
No, I thought maybe we'd wake up to some moisture, but.
Do you have, permission for this coming up, or do you want me just to scan this? So-
Wednesday, I think.
Do you guys want to take this, and then they can just bring me a copy or send me a copy?
We can.
Because it's not done until it's signed.
That is the director, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be fun. We can do that.
And I'll do that to you.
Remind me Wednesday.
We got it tomorrow, next week.
Is it next Monday? I thought it was
Third Wednesday, right?
Yeah, I was saying 15th, it was in my phone. My phone doesn't.
I was thinking first week, it's Thursday.
Okay, well, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, and I guess if you're ready, Aspen, we can get you rolling and keep you on schedule.
Okay, sounds good. So I have papers for you guys. There's just a couple of things that I have to chat about. The top paper is going to be the BERT plan, the Road Emergency Response Plan, and so I put this together. And then there are people we should add or take off. Specifically, I couldn't find, like, where we put dead stock or something like this happened. I know it would probably just be a pit, some landowner's pit, but I didn't know if we wanted to just say, you know, depends on the situation, or,
Who doesn't know?
I don't-
Is there still somebody in the North Carolina?
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't think we have anybody local that does that, but what did, Chance, no, this is his name, Jess Remington, what did he used to do with the animals?
He had to right out here.
He had his own pit, or? Oh, okay.
Kind of very little stuff.
Yeah, I guess an unspecified berry pit. I think when we talked, and maybe this was brought up years ago, but I think when we talked, like if there was a need, an emergency need or something, the county would plan to dig a pit if it was a,
okay.
you know, a large emergency or whatever. Yeah.
So to be determined, in emergency, the county could dig a pit.
Yeah, we had a bunch of contracts and they were dying left and right.
Yeah, let's hope.
That's what happened. I think your contract was up last year.
I think
They did.
Grant County was the one that was really hit.
Yeah.
I think they did.
It was an emergency, yeah.
So that's that. If you have anything you want to add, it doesn't have to be now. So you can go through that at your leisure. Then the thing that's not as fun, Sophia has accepted a position with the Forest Service. And so last day will be May 24th. So I've gone through and you each have these in your packet, a like advertisement and then the specific job title. This one I really just tweaked a little bit. The advertisement, I added the what are we about section just because they didn't really specify what we did. So those are those two documents. I'm hoping to get someone back in pretty much as soon as possible. Because frankly, I'm still trying to do my job, and while Sophia is, you know, I'm sure there'll be a gap in between, so then I'll have to be doing both, which is going to be incredibly overwhelming, especially because I'm getting married June 8th, and she's probably not going to be there. So I don't know if you guys have any questions about that, concerns.
You know, it looks like you've done a very good job of preparing, and she must have obviously gave you a little bit of a notice, which helps, you know, but, no, if there's anything we can do to help in any way, let us know, but I guess, like I said, it looks like you've prepared. Have you started advertising, or?
No, I didn't, I don't really know what the, you know, if I had to, you know, obviously I want to let you guys know, and then I didn't know if I went through Krista, or if I just do it.
I guess the avenues we take is the local paper, you can contact the radio, you can do it in public announcements, and then the I Do really covers our area pretty well. I think that's the three main ones we do, and then obviously the website, Facebook, you know, social media kind of thing, but, yeah, no, if you want to do, if you have any questions about contacts or anything for those, you know, I'm sure the auditor's office can help you with that.
Sounds good. So those are those, and then the last page is just I call it in the works, so you guys get the newsletter every month, but like, I think that one's kind of more frilly, it's supposed to be, you know, more for the public. This one specifically is what I'm actively working towards, and what I have recently accomplished. Specifically, Farm Safety Day, but I was really, really excited with the way that went. We had it at the fairgrounds, so we had lots of rooms. Mott, Scranton, and Henry, 5th and 6th graders all came. And all of them got a t-shirt, all of them got a goodie bag that was full of stuff. And then we had 7 different stations that they rotated through, and they had so much fun. We had them write down, at the snack station, we had just a blank sheet of paper where they could write, you know, what they enjoyed, what they wish were, blah, blah, blah. And half of them said snack was their favorite, but there was also a lot of kids that said, I genuinely learned about, you know, what's the liver. So I think it went really well. So. Other than that, I have the premium ask for the county commissioners that you guys get every year. Figured I'd save some postage and deliver that. And other than that, if you guys have any questions, happy to.
Do you have an official resignation there?
Yes, I do. I scanned that to Krista.
I believe I might have it upstairs yet.
Oh, it'll be in, we put it in the tablet.
If I didn't put it in there.
I didn't see it, unless you put it in.
Oh, no, it's. I didn't think so.
Okay, well, I would have it upstairs.
Yeah, that's fine. If we can copy, that's great. Just,
Unless we want the original,
No, I just, so you can see it and accept it as well. Yeah.
and you can source something.
No, that's fine. What do you got coming up? Besides a wedding and events in the office and.
Yes. So the Pasture Plant Walk will be in July. That's like the major thing. Tomorrow's YTCA training, and then Chit Chat Hour. That's actually the 15th. That is a typo on this sheet, but that'll be Thursday. And that's just the time. I've had a lot of people say, hey, I have more questions about this. So my hope is that they will come. There's a dedicated time with the snacks. We'll see if it works or not, but we'll figure it doesn't really cost anything. I'll just be there with some leftover pesticide cookies and stuff. So those are this week's things. I went out scouting yesterday. Things are looking good. I wish we could get more water, but it's pretty much all as well.
It's crazy to be, I've noticed in this hotel in the soil, like, one area is just like as dry as I've ever seen.
Mhm.
You know, the sandy soil, it's dry. And you get to the heavier clay, you know, the darker soil, and it's just wet. Like, whether you had any rain or not, you just mudding up, you know, mudding in the crop, and it's just crazy how extreme it is. But yeah, the sandy soil I've noticed is really dry. And the other soil seems to have plenty of moisture. But, okay, yeah, anything else for us, or?
That's no.
Heard good things so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We attended the sourdough bread thing, it was a good turnout, and everybody in and out of the door was very excited, so yeah, that was good.
Yes, I still get people coming up. You have to see my bread. It's really cool.
Yeah. Shannon baked hers the next day, or it was okay. I'm not sure that I'm all in the sourdough thing, but I ate a slice anyway. So.
It requires butter for sure.
Yeah, it is chalky, like dry.
So they kept the frontier going without refrigeration. Eat it, pour it out, eat it, and eat refrigeration.
Yeah, I assume you ate, eat your share of it, huh?
Yeah, I like it. But I mean, about eating a lot too. That's what they did with it.
Before preservatives.
Yeah, before preservatives, before refrigeration.
Oh, it's in our air, maybe full of preservatives.
Yeah.
You're not quite that old, so you didn't have to do all that. Chris.
Nope.
Kevin used to have to churn his own butter.
I did.
Yeah.
I did.
I actually churned butter with my daycare kids when I had daycare.
Oh, just as education.
Yeah, I mean, didn't churn it, but we made it in baby food jars. You have to shake it for like an hour.
Cruel.
That'd be good. He's tired.
I just said it was
Yeah,
not
we're
that.
tight. It was a win-win.
I made it in my kitchen pizza.
Yeah. Okay, anything else for us, Ben, or? Thank you for coming in, giving us an update, and hopefully you fill your position fast and where's the big wedding planned for?
Nemo, South Dakota.
Where at?
Nemo, in the Black Hills.
Oh, neat, okay, yeah, sure. Cool.
Exciting.
In the middle for both families then, everybody has to travel 1,000 miles?
It's much closer for my family, because his is from Pennsylvania.
Oh, Pennsylvania, oh,
That
he
has a
was
lot.
living.
So when they said,
Jenny.
The Black Hills is a tourist place, so they can.
Oh,
They have capacity.
Yeah.
yeah, that'll be neat, sure. Exciting, good luck with the plans and
It's pizza and chicken. So, well, you guys have fun. Thank you.
thank you.
yeah, see how it is.
If you want to just approve that.
The letter. Yeah,
I'll move the approve the resignation of AC extension assistant.
I'll second that. Sophia saw that. Yeah, no, she did a good job, kind of held the fort down with the transition, and, so I guess, we appreciate her service. Any other discussion? I've got a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call a motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, guys.
We're a little ahead of schedule, but I'm sure later on we're gonna get behind schedule. So if you're here and ready to present,
I have something you guys, if you look at that. We had the siren maintenance crew come in, this Saturday.
I just looked at your picture. The pictures really don't show
Yeah.
do justice, I'm guessing, but,
Well, I think what they were trying to focus on was the edge of the cable, how cleanly it was cut.
yeah.
What that was is that siren tower up here at Park Park. While they were there, they replaced the connector, got it operational.
Is it low enough to where they can just cut it?
Well, the box is,
That's where it's.
that's where it was cut at.
So why would anybody, right, why?
Yeah.
Trying to figure people out, but I mean,
There's really two things that I can consider, or I can reasonably consider. One is it could have possibly been a neighbor who's irritated with the siren going on. Also, while they were there, one of the neighbors, or one of the close neighbors, I guess, came up and told them that they had seen what appeared to be a homeless person living in a tent nearby the tower.
oh. And it was waking him up from napping, huh?
But it doesn't, it only goes off.
It doesn't go up off that often.
Fireman's meeting and even emergency.
I mean, it's activated, I think it's activated when when the firemen have their meeting.
So it's once a month.
Yeah.
And that's kind of
Which
a
is
test
once a month.
procedure too.
Yeah.
Now, if they happen to be there at the time, I don't know that.
How long do they go off for?
Pardon?
How long does it go off for? Like, during an emergency, it's gonna go off, but I mean, like,
For a minute. But normally what they do is they activate it for a short period of time and then they cancel. So it doesn't go off for its full cycle.
I'm just saying if it's not an emergency, I could see how it would be obnoxious, but at the same time, it needs testing. But that doesn't give anybody the right to cut it, I'm just saying
Well, right,
that.
and understanding if we can find the individual, that's a federal offense.
Yeah.
Because that equipment is basically owned by the federal government
Yep.
for the 911 purpose. So,
Yeah, no, there's no excuse at all if it was cut for that, but.
and when they went to read her, they found that the motherboard was bad. They tried to fix what they could, but they found a relay in there that was constantly engaged on the battery side instead of the power side. So it wasn't working.
Okay.
So they had to replace the motherboard, which could be a cost of about $1,200. So
So this one's up and running now,
they're all up and running.
and they tested it.
They always do.
Is that something they cover, or the cost for the tests?
No, the cost is gonna be sent to us.
It is always.
No.
I didn't know if the inspection was covered or something, or.
Yeah, now how it is how it's covered by the responsible cities, I'm not sure.
We were just saying, it's the government's equipment, so.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I think what they're trying to say is there's government rules that prohibit any tampering.
Yeah, was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just joking. Yeah, no, that's, hopefully it was just the wind or something, but
No, but they also indicated that it looked like he said it appeared that they tried to grab the cable and pull it because it was also pulled loose from the pole. And then they couldn't get it down or whatever, so these guys had to restaple it, remount it to the pole as well.
maybe it's just some kids playing in the park that were. I don't know, hopefully it doesn't happen again, I guess, we'll have to keep an eye on it, so.
Yeah, and I notified Sam yesterday over here at the sheriff, out too. So maybe they can check their area more. More often.
Do an extra drive by, yeah.
The only other note I have is, on the 17th, we have a, Ryan Wentz coming from the State Department, or from the state, to just kind of do a walkthrough of our offices here. Basically, all he wants to do is he wants to check that we have some type of a security plan in place. And this is kind of a prelude to a cybersecurity workshop that I want to have scheduled. I don't know if we'll get it done this year because they're awful busy, or we can have it scheduled early next year just to make sure that we're, I guess, up to standards.
What's his name?
Ryan Wentz. I don't know if he's Carson's brother or not.
Yeah, that's, May 17th.
May 17th, yeah. He said he should be in the area at about 9:30 or 10 o'clock. And then he'll probably stop by my office first, do the courthouse, the sheriff's office, and I don't know if he's gonna do NRCS because they're just not part of our entity.
Just safety plans, basically.
Yeah.
Do we need to have, do the department heads need to have anything ready to present to him or anything, or he just wants to?
No, again, he indicated it was mainly just a walkthrough.
Is he from
You know,
Sissa?
if he finds anything, pardon?
Is he from Sissa? Is he from Sissa?
I didn't hear you.
CISA,
Is he part of Sissa?
what company or what?
Oh, well, it's not with CISA. They work with CISA.
Okay.
He's out of Bismarck, though?
Sorry?
Bismarck, out of Bismarck?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. Yeah, he's with the North Dakota Department of Emergency Services, but he's on the security and cybersecurity side.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to find out, where it was. Instead of just saying, you're doing a walkthrough with Brian Wentz.
I guess I could call him up and say, one, did you see bring Carson along?
Are
And
you
the
an
last-
Eagles fan?
Sorry?
Are you an Eagles fan?
No. I'm a Carson Wentz fan.
Yeah, well, everybody from North Dakota has a little bit, right?
And he signed a year deal with the Rams again,
That's what I thought.
huh? No, back with the Chiefs, sorry.
Chiefs?
Chiefs.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I just heard he'd signed another.
Yeah, his son's a Chiefs fan, and he said Carson Wentz signed a one-year deal back up to Mahomes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's get a little closer to home then.
The last one I have is on the 25th of May. My wife and I are going to Mona Fargo for our granddaughter's graduation. And won't return until the 27th, so probably be out of the office on Monday.
Okay.
Other than that, you have my letter of resignation for the dealing position, I believe.
Yep. And you're still sure you want to handle the Veterans
I
Armed
am,
Service Office?
I am very much so. Very much so. I would like to put a plug in. Like I said, I've talked to Michelle several times in different issues. mentioned the possibility, or she actually mentioned it at the last LEPC meeting we had, that she feels like she misses the job.
Okay.
So, again, a suggestion is that maybe the commission talk to her, or I could talk to her and ask her to address the commission of her interest.
Well, I think we'll discuss further the next steps and maybe we'll put together an offer if the commission feels like, if they want to just offer it to her without opening the position or what. But
Yeah, I wonder if that wouldn't be mandated though.
I think we gotta leave it.
I think they have to legally list it, or advertise, I should say.
Yeah.
I think we do that.
Anyway, that's
It
right.
might be different if it was internal, but.
Yeah, right, I was thinking as a past employee, but not a current one, right? So, okay, well, we, again, can't express enough how much we appreciate your service and I'm excited that you are staying on for the Veteran Service Office.
And I will help out with the emergency management office as much as I can, if we get a replacement, or when we get a replacement, and until then, I'll fill it like I did.
One thing, being as you have been doing both positions, is the office space going to be adequate over there? I mean, in the past, we always had two separate people, but that transition should be fine.
I don't believe there's gonna be an issue.
Okay.
I'm gonna kind of fully occupy the kitchen, which I don't think we have a problem sharing.
Yeah.
And again, I guess my hours are gonna be quite greatly reduced, so I wouldn't be a hazard there.
Yeah, but as far as the Veterans Office,
The one
working space is adequate.
The one thing I've been trying to do is if I can get a couple of chairs like this to replace those old wooden ones, that would be wonderful.
Absolutely, yeah, I'm sure it's in the budget even for some office equipment anyway, and
I don't think I have much for an office equipment budget. I'll have to double check.
You're talking about the veterans
Try to
side.
submit on our new budget, I try to submit monies for that.
You're talking the veterans side?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You don't want to wait till December, though, do you, in relation?
I would like to get it as soon as I can, but,
Have you been sharing chairs between the two offices?
well, kind of, anytime I get a veteran, I kind of bring them into the EM office because I got 3 chairs in there, 3 soccer chairs.
Okay. Would these exact chairs be adequate if we could
They
get
would be absolutely fine.
They keep from London, is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. Maybe if you would just find out or get the contact information and get a quote for a couple of them.
Okay,
And I don't think it's worth waiting until December for. I mean,
okay.
especially if you're gonna be.
I mean, I tried to get a chance to go to Bismarck to pick up something at the reutilization center up there, because they've got a lot of nice equipment up there, office furniture and stuff
Yeah.
like this. But I haven't, when I've had the time, I never had to pick up.
Surplus center, I mean.
Surplus.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, I stop in there every other time I go up too.
Yeah.
So you got that you want to be done by the end of August or before?
Actually, 1st of August, I would like to finish,
So,
if that's possible.
yeah, I just read, end of August, so you want to be done.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So anytime earlier too.
Anytime earlier. Good. That would be wonderful.
Okay, well.
Yeah, I've just got too many physical issues going on. I mean, even if, I printed for the last 40 or 50 years, and now I can't even read my printing because I have an involuntary twitch in the right hand. I can't do anything with that.
Is that because of medications?
I've asked the doctors about that, and they haven't prescribed anything, so I'm not sure.
It's not due to current medications, though.
No. I used to have an indicated that
Yeah.
possibility. I see these commercials on TV about this tardive dyskinesia or whatever it's called, where people have kind of face movements or hand movements uncontrolled. I don't know if that's it or not. I don't have a clue. I've never been on any, what do you call it, mental drugs or whatever.
Yeah.
Hmm.
hopefully that, you get that cleared up and keep moving forward, progressing.
Or it could be coming on with age.
Yeah.
It could be part of it as well, I don't know. I know when I'm typing, I go to press one letter by the time I get on the next key.
Oh, really?
I don't know if that's a high hand, because I do it on my cell phone as well. I'm trying to text. Yeah, it's.
I just have fat thumbs, but.
That just takes me a long time.
Well, we understand completely, and again, we appreciate your service, and I guess look forward to continuing working with you in the USO office. Okay, Frank?
Any other questions?
Do you want to talk about, your fire restrictions?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. I did get an input from Anthony. I haven't received any input from YouTube. So, the burn restriction guide is very, and what they've done is they basically worked up a burn restriction item list, and they put it in every category. And left it up to us to use those items in whatever category we saw fit. Because when you implement a burn restriction, they want it to be very explicit. And that's why they put it out that way. The only thing I can tell you is Anthony suggested that we leave the top two blank. And then on the,
Top two is in low or moderate.
yeah, the top three were a little bit more restrictive. Or
High, very high.
Yeah. The extreme and,
I didn't like the lower and moderate either, I mean,
yeah.
it's a big change.
I think we're always in the low in a sense, I mean, you know, so it's like,
Well, we're not, though.
we're not, but I mean, it just,
I mean,
Technically,
we are
low.
after a rain, but after that, it's right back up to the moderate.
Yeah.
And then now, I haven't seen too many days where it was high, though. If we had a high, it really was, it was more red flag warning because of the wind.
have you talked to the fire chiefs at all?
Not yet.
Okay.
I sent an email out to them, and I haven't gotten a response back.
Okay, because I mentioned this to Reader Chief, to Kevin, and my brother-in-law. So I mentioned, we were talking on the phone the other day, and he was gonna look it over too, and that's why I had no input, because I thought
Yeah.
they're the experts on it, so I would get their input as well, but yeah, I think we're all kind of in agreement that low and moderate is, to restrict much during those times is maybe invasive, I don't know, so.
Yeah, I think you get a lot of,
Yeah, I fully agree.
Yeah, and I don't, just even the other day, it was, there seems to be decent moisture, the grass is really green, some areas are dry, but I mean, boy, everything's greened up fast, and there was some field burning and stuff the other day, and, so I guess, I don't know what the index read that day, but I'm gonna guess it would have been even borderline for doing that, and
The thing that, and I should have printed a copy, I didn't think of it, I should have printed a copy of the current burn maps, or burn restrictions in North Dakota, but, I get this, thing from the state every morning, it's kind of like a recap. And, my God, some of these other counties, they're like, some were even 2 and 3 fires a day.
you were having fire, like,
Grassland fires,
Really?
most of them up grassland fires. So there's other part of the states that are really, really, really dry.
Well, just 3 weeks ago, I think it was Everett or somebody was cutting last year's standing
Okay.
food plots or whatever it was, and started that big grass fire.
Yeah.
Where was it? It was over by 8 or something?
yeah, it was
But
Christmas, over Christmas.
Yeah.
But that was what, 3-4 weeks ago. I mean, it's phenomenal how the grass has grown this much and things have greened up since then.
Sure.
But it's all about timing too. A lot of things, so.
I just did it full burn a couple weeks ago.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
It was moderate, so it was.
Mhm.
Other than the wind, the out of control wind we've had, it doesn't concern me much, control burns, but like yesterday, the wind
We've
was.
had, now in the past week, now, we've had 3 controlled burns that got away. Not here, not here.
Oh, sure.
But again, my morning report showed that there were 3 controlled burns that got away,
In nearby counties.
different counties.
Yeah.
And they were probably put on by,
Right?
they were probably put on by our local mayors.
So, like, when you say out of control, then the fire department had to respond?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There was one by Elgin.
Yeah.
Because I-
Suffolk County, and then there was the one in Cedar County. There was another one, but I forget what county it was.
Well, you know, it's funny, I don't know if there's just a lack of common sense with this or what, but I mean, maybe there needs to be some education on how to perform control burns, you know, maybe that's something the extension
I wonder if it's
agency.
not more lack of repairs.
Yeah.
You know, maybe lack of necessary equipment and so on and so on, just keep it under control.
Yeah. Well, the discing
I
burn.
burst mine around, I just around the edge, and then I just up the middle, sort of slow it up.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
I like to look at quadrants if I'm doing a larger, you know, more than 5
If
feet.
you do a big area, you look pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
But then, of course, some, you know, I mean, it could be, the wind could be 5 miles an hour, now,
Right.
in 15 years, it could be 40.
No, that fire makes its own wind too. As soon as you get a fire going, all of a sudden the wind starts swirling around and the pressure differences.
So anyway, Frank, I got no problem with leaving a little and moderate outflow into.
Okay.
So, just,
And I'd like to see a little input from the fire chiefs too, maybe, and then we could act on something. But I think
I'll give them a call again and see if they have any more suggestions on that, or any additional limitations they want to apply.
sure.
Okay.
Maybe the mayor would like a copy too.
Pardon?
Maybe the mayor would like a copy of this too. Does he have one?
Oh, maybe.
Sure, what,
Will you copy the burn restriction, the suggested burn restriction listing?
I sure could, I can take it down to the fireball and have it present for everybody to look at the next meeting. I know I've been tracking down some information for this countywide mitigation project, and I found out that our fire rating, our ISO rating for the county for fire prevention is out of 5, and it's on a 1 to 10 scale. And the lower the number, the better the result. So if you're closer to 1, the better you are for fire protection. It's a kind of an old number, you know, I don't think we've been reevaluated for a few years now, maybe 4 years. And like I said, we've got new SCBA packs, a new truck and some equipment. So I'm asking our insurance to reevaluate it and see if we can get that number down going forward. Kind of like Lemon. And that would, I think, decrease our actual insurance countywide for residents because of our fire protection.
That would be nice. Yeah.
So, yeah, if you have any of that packet information about fire ban, okay, yep, and I'll take it.
Okay.
Anything else?
I think that covers it all. Now, did we forget anything else?
Okay. All right, well, you guys have a great day.
Thanks, Frank. Yes. Yeah.
Motion to approve Frank's resignation, emergency management.
I'll second that with regards or with thanking him for his services.
Yeah.
So I've got a motion and a second. Is there a discussion on resignation? Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor of accepting the resignation of Frank Fettig, the emergency manager, signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carried. Okay. How's the mayor today?
Good, yeah.
Good to see you this morning.
Yeah, like I said, it's kind of nice that I guess this meeting isn't as attended as the city. Not as many people have
It's kind of
managed it.
peaceful.
Yeah, a little more peaceful atmosphere around here.
We just must be more likable.
It must be.
Well, we're a little ahead of schedule, but I figured we had a lot to talk about.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
if you're willing and ready, I guess we'll just turn it over to you to present and we'll follow up.
Perfect, so you guys should have in your tablets a couple different things that we have added, which is that time trial study that we summarized, and then also the labor rates that I kind of summarized as well, countywide. And now what I did was I pulled up these numbers pretty much from Nancy Ellison, and I looked at all the insurance and all the benefits, and the two things that are not put into that labor rate number is PTO and overtime and additional benefits. Because like I said, I don't know exactly what all the benefits that the county gives that are not tangible per se. So I'm not sure exactly how to monetize any of those additional benefits. So that's excluded from this calculation for the labor summary. So if you look at it, it says it has the base salary pretty much, it has the insurance, it has kind of all those other breakdowns, and then it gives pretty much an average labor rate per employee. And then if you take it by department, it has an overall total for the department. So highway department would have 5 different labor rates, and then at the bottom it would have an average of all those employees. So I don't know, like I said, this is something we're gonna have to discuss at our joint meeting to see where we go and what we accept on that route. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys had this data available to you. Like I mentioned it, I guess on the city side, we were talking about whether it would be necessary or not to include that overtime calculation or PTO or other benefits. I don't know exactly how to factor that in for labor rate. I don't know if we should or shouldn't. But I assume maybe the county would like to present something that they think it needs to be accounting for those additional benefits in the cost, if that makes sense.
You know, after our last discussion, I guess I got to think about that too, about how do we take overall. But I think if we went, to the auditor office, we could get, what each employee costs per year total, right? And,
Sure.
That would include any possible overtime, anything, and just take the average of that and then plug your percentages into that.
The hard part about that is you have to also consider how many hours of time spent. Because if you just say, hey, on average they work 2,080 hours a year, and they have a bunch of overtime in their overall salary, you have to account for all that extra time they spent for that additional pay. So that's the only problem, is you have to say, hey, here's the total overall that we paid, but then you also have to divide that amongst the total actual hours done for work to make an actual account. And that would be hard to track.
It's very hard, near impossible.
Yeah.
I think the best solution is to take, and this is my thoughts again, is just to take, so these are the hours we come up with. These are the scheduled hours, and maybe there is a 1% to 2% overtime or whatever, but take the percentage of that and then use that percentage on the total expense of an employee, maybe. There's no perfect way to do this.
No,
it just isn't.
And like I said, the argument I guess I've been hearing is that, when I come up with these numbers, I've been trying my best effort to come up with what it actually is for that labor rate. And because we can't really, like for PTO, when you evaluate it, it's do I look up and say, hey, how many days are you going to be sick next year? And is grandma going to die, and are you going to have 3 days of bereavement given to you? Right? How do you estimate those additional benefit time off? It's really hard to do that. So I said it's really hard to calculate that PTO number in. If they have a way of actually doing it that's fair across the board, I don't think anybody would have an issue incorporating that cost and dividing it across the hours. But I don't know how we can do that and move forward. So,
and I think just to every extent, there's going to be a little give and take, a little bit, and we just, both sides need to realize that there just is no perfect. I mean, if you want this down to the minute, you want this down to the cent, then each department's going to, each entity's going to just have to have their own employees, and that's the only way to do that. But that's not what we want. We want to work together. We want to continue to share and ultimately save the taxpayers money.
Exactly.
So I think there's just going to have to be some acceptance that this is the best we can come up with, and and that's just where we need to agree, I think.
And like I said, I assume, at our city county meeting, both boards can talk about this topic more in depth and come up with a resolution on what that labor rate should be. and finish out those contracts, with everybody looking at them. I think the main reason that, Michelle and I are here today, is to ask if the county, would be able to help the city resolve our bill that we have that's outstanding with the county shop. As you know, in the last, I don't know how many months now, we have a billing issue where we were charged the $45 an hour rate, and we have the contract for the $29.91 rate. And like I said, the contract is terminated, but it's still ongoing. And I would like to resolve this bill and get this kind of tension relieved before our city county meeting, so we can move the ball forward instead of having it kind of lingering over our heads. So my proposal is I'm asking the county commission if they would approve the bills to be paid at that $29.91 rate for all previous billing to date to get this resolved as a sign of good faith for our negotiations moving forward here at our next joint meeting.
And a lot of this bill was shop maintenance, is that correct?
Yes, to my knowledge, like I said, I think a lot of this,
Majority of it was shop maintenance.
this is where we kind of run into that issue in that contract. Digging up the history, like I said, the city owns 1/4 of the county shop. We pay 1/4 of the utilities and the upkeep and maintenance and stuff as well. And part of that is when they paint the entire building, or if you re-roof the county shop or do whatever to the county, we're still kind of on the hook to pay that 1/4 of the upgrade. But in the contract, we'll never see the value appreciate, because in there, it says that the city of Penninger owns 1/4 of the county shop, but they will only receive $25,000 if we terminate that part of the agreement. So if we keep improving the value of that county shop, the city will never realize that gain. And what we're only really doing is increasing the property value of that county shop, for us to see no benefit in it. I think what we should do moving forward is that we should come up and maybe nix that from the contract and move to a pay the county for heated storage kind of solution. Because the main question I have out there was, why do we need that fourth stall in the county for the city? How does it benefit us? And I said, well, the city has equipment and vehicles that need to be stored in that shop. And I said, well, if we pull out that equipment, it's not like they're not going to keep that portion of the shop anymore. They're still going to have those bills and expenses. So I said, what we're really doing is we're paying for heated storage, right? And I don't know if the city needs to own 1/4 of the county to do that, or whether we can get rid of that part of the contract and pay the county for heated storage out there at the county shop. And I think that kind of resolves that issue where the city could potentially receive a bill for services that did not receive, but for the county to improve county assets, So I think that was the biggest issue we had with this, is that I think when you get to these contracts, if they're, just not misused, but I mean, if they're done the wrong way, it could be disastrous for both of us, I think. And that's where I'm trying to close that one loophole, I think.
No, I think you bring up an excellent point. If that's how you feel, is it paying for just the heated storage, the sewer flushing machine, things like that needs to be inside, and we definitely don't want, expensive equipment to be damaged,
Exactly.
temperatures, and, and as far as maintenance goes, I guess we'd be open for different proposals there, and definitely would be interested in looking at different numbers and things, to be fair, to be reasonable.
And I want to be really clear that, I think the city has every intent that we want the county to do as much work for us as possible. I mean, we would like to move on with this relationship and have the county do all of the maintenance and labor and upkeep of town, and try to support you as best we can, because like I said, it saves tax dollars in the long run, being able to pay the county to provide these additional services. And through those additional services, you can raise or lower your overall costs by creating revenue from these contracts. So like I said, it's a real symbiotic relationship between the city and the county, and I think it's really beneficial to continue on.
Well, I think a lot of our expenses, both sides of the coin here, are still going to be there regardless of the partnership, and so it just makes sense to cut those expenses by sharing costs where we can and working together. I guess the task at hand, and I'll speak on this bill, I hope that would have been resolved already, maybe within the highway department, but I guess if they didn't feel comfortable with it, the commission can act upon it. But when it comes to the maintenance of shop or any internal maintenance, I do feel, first off, this labor rate was maybe we jumped the gun, or it was not thought through as much when it was approved. And I personally was not thinking city, I was thinking, well, township meetings were coming up kind of thing at the time we approved that. And so when we did approve that increase in labor rate, I was not thinking about our contract with the city personally, anyway, in my vote. But you know, after thinking, going back on it, it was obviously kind of a blindside, because without revisiting our contract at the time, it probably shouldn't have been increased. Now, as times change, we look into that rate, the 29 is under our cost, employee cost, and we've discovered that. But I also think when looking at maintenance of our shop, so if we're billing out 100% of that maintenance, that's just not feasible. You know, with my experience of managing a shop in the past, you never bill out 100%. It's just not possible of billing out. Nobody's that efficient, first off. So I have no problem accepting it at the old rate, and I personally would like to move forward and just, you know, clean the slate there, and so I would entertain a motion, and you've got your own thoughts, Kevin, but my personal thoughts are, I think we just take that at the old rate, because, you know, if most of the time was spent just servicing our own building that the city does help support, there's just no way that the 3, 4 guys, 5 guys out there maintaining that, we're working 100% of that time billed anyway. So I think it's probably a reasonable ask to do that at the old rate. But if you've got a thought, or you want to make a motion, or
Well, I think we should talk to the state's attorney, because I don't think we can really charge for that anyway. And I'd like to make sure, you know, we can, you know, that we're in right. Or not, or we can say, okay, the contract says this, and that we need to use 6-month warranty. I don't think we can legally charge for that rate anyway.
That increase,
Yeah, an increase.
Yeah.
But I'd like to ask Aaron, and then, you know, bring it to a little bit later here. So I got no problem with it personally, but I still have to do it right.
Okay,
So,
that's okay. Like I
because
said,
I got a feeling he's gonna tell us the same thing.
well, and like I said, I think everybody agrees that the county needed to raise their rates for these services.
Right.
That's 100% true. The problem is, what should that rate be put to, right? And I think the biggest blindside for us was that this number came up, that 45, and in the contract, it says specifically to show those rates how you came to that number. And when we asked, you know, where does this 45 number rate come up to, the answer was, well, I have no idea. Somebody has this number, and this is what they came up with.
And that's what I'd like to see you guys do for the meeting on the 29th. Come with pledge, or whatever you want to call it, what you expect to pay, or what you would like to pay.
Our recommendation.
Recommendations, yeah.
And I know the mayor has personally been looking into expenses that our employees are costing, and he's gone above and beyond looking into our side of things, which is probably.
And that's what I'd like to see, because if we don't know where you're at,
Yeah.
and you don't know where we're at, I mean, we gotta get somewhere here. And if you could come up with a recommendation of what you think it should be, I really appreciate some of that.
I guess my thoughts are, if the city is willing, they obviously want to pay this bill, they want to clear it up. I would make a motion to accept the old rate of $29 for the past work, just to clear it up before our joint meeting. So I'll make that motion. If you care to second it for discussion.
I'll second it.
Okay, I've got a motion, I've got a second to accept the $29 old labor rate for the past bill, which mostly entails cleaning of the building. And I guess discussion, I definitely wanna, I like your idea, I wanna check with the state's attorney about whether or not, that change was even within the contract.
Yeah, I just don't think.
But whether it was or whether it wasn't, I think this body can act on accepting that old rate. And I feel like it's one less thing hanging over our heads going into our next meeting, because our joint meeting with the city, we've got multiple contracts to discuss. And I would rather be moving forward than looking back on things. So if we can clear up old bills today, get that paid by the city. I think you have a meeting tomorrow? When did you?
We had a meeting here last Wednesday.
Oh, you just had it last
They
week.
discussed having a special one of this past though, I believe, right?
Yep, so like I said, at our last meeting, we discussed, or I discussed bringing this to your attention and trying to get this resolved. And if this got approved for the county, that we can have a special meeting and vote on anything on our side to finish out. If there's any other proposals or recommendations, or if there's something different, I was, like I said, I've thrown out this proposal. If it's accepted, great. If there's a counter offer or some other agreement that I don't know what you guys would like to do, I would more than be willing to have a special meeting to get it approved on our side and discuss it as well, just to get this cleared up before our joint meeting.
Well, and again, to speak further on that, I do feel that we, as a county, maybe, should have been a little more aware of our labor rate increases and stuff, and we should have been more proactive to update this contract sooner. And so I guess that falls upon us as well. So that's why I feel like this $29 for this past bill is adequate, because I feel like it's partially on us to have updated that contract in advance and especially since or before we changed that labor rate, or it should have been during that time. So again, that's why I made the motion to clear this up, because I feel like part of it falls on us, and we should just get it done. That way at our joint meeting we can move forward with other things and we can discuss the new rate and stuff. And I guess it must fall somewhere in between. I think obviously it's the 45 is probably a little too profitable for what we need to do to work with the city, and obviously the 29 is too low for our rate increases we've done, and I think when that last contract was made, we probably didn't have HSAs and things like that are our expenses that we decided upon, and obviously that's not a city decision, but at the same time it's something that does affect our contracts with you. So
Our insurance too, it went up 50, since I've been on it, 53%.
Wow.
For health insurance. That 1 year was 27% alone.
yeah.
And like I said, I think the main thing is that the city is more than willing to pay their fair share of that cost. But like I said, I think what really comes down to is to improving communication between the boards, so that we know that there's this increase, and to kind of catch it right away with our annual meetings. Like I said, I think we're right that we have these issues where some of these contracts were kind of before our time, or even beyond that, and we don't get them kind of resolved when we should. And I think my intent here is that I would like to improve the relationship and communication between the city and county board, and that's why I'm going to try to have a representative from the city at the county meetings to improve that communication. So at your meeting, like I said, somebody could be here and help communicate it. And if there's something that we need to discuss, we can kind of take it back and forth to our boards and not let it lapse 4 or 5 months down the road.
Part of this, I mean, the health insurance was the start of it, and then of course you got, everything is inflated in the last
Yes.
2 years, like
Yeah.
record amounts, obviously.
Yeah.
The inflation that has happened since COVID and such. I mean, of course, prior to COVID was the health insurance inflation. That was insane how much that. What was it? When did you get on the board, Kevin? That was the year it really went up big, wasn't it?
6 years. Yeah. It was,
Yeah, it's been 6 years, I guess, but.
yeah.
But in that stuff, we as a board need to be proactive and realize how it affects our contracts. And with turnover, terms are 4 years, and I guess it's just easy to kind of forget some of that stuff, how these contracts are affected.
But that's something we should do every year before we do our budget. We should just have one meeting, or even do it before we do our budgets and say, hey, this is what this went, for everybody knows. Yeah, because it's, the one before that, it was from 2008 to 2018, 10 years, that's,
So long.
if you figure 2.5%, 3% a year, that's 30%.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just, you got it out of hand.
Yeah.
So,
And because, like I said, the city doesn't really manage expenses, because like I said, we don't have any employees, we don't know when those increases
Right.
happen, so we can't really dictate when we should be in doing those increases.
And that, again, is to my point of paying the old rate is we really haven't done a good job of informing you, but that falls on both boards, and obviously it sounds like you're on the same page. We need to communicate more, we need to get together more, and, especially if we're going to partner and things like this, we need to meet at minimum once a year and just go through things, even if it's 10, 20-minute meeting that just says, we don't desire a change this year.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming, but we definitely need to make time to do that.
Yeah.
As two entities, so.
yeah, we, like I said, we can somewhere price or put it on paper for our meeting. If you think it should be 30 or 35 or whatever you think, for we sort of have an idea where you guys are at.
Okay.
Because you look over all the figures too.
Yeah, well, like I said, we'll come up with, or I can personally come up with recommendations and throw it out there, and that can just be a talking point for everybody on the discussion and say, hey, where does everybody feel this, where do we go from here, if this is the starting point?
Okay, is there anything else while we've got the city here?
Anything you want to add, Michelle?
I don't think so, no, that's
Okay.
pretty much covers it, sounds good.
Other contracts to discuss, or we, when we get together?
Yeah, I mean, we've got 4 contracts together. Like I said, we have the police contract, we have the public works contract, we have the auditor contract, and then we have the tax director contract. So we have 4 of them laid out there. I think it would be in our best interest just to evaluate all of them, even if there's no changes on some of them, or if there's very little change. But I think it's good to review all the contracts we have and just give quick recommendations on all of them and discuss them. I don't think there's gonna be huge changes. Obviously, I think our next meeting is mainly with the public works contract in general. But it doesn't hurt to review all the other ones as well, and to see where we're at and what it should be. Oh yes, and the lease agreement between the city and county for the impound lot, by the city shop, the old city shop. So that one we should bring up as well and talk about. We did get some return service from our attorney, and we do have something drafted for the county to look at and to discuss as well as an option.
I guess we are posting this one, so.
Yes.
We'll prepare an agenda, so if you would like to, send Krista maybe just block items, and then we'll do the same, and I'll work with Krista, and we'll try and organize it into an agenda. Maybe we can kind of get a time frame on this, because I'm assuming we're gonna have public opinion, and, are we gonna wanna allow 10, 15 minutes per topic for a public opinion, or 5 minutes probably, but,
Yeah,
I've seen your meetings.
These meetings can draw, our last meeting went till 12:30, went into 1 o'clock going through stuff. But yeah, it can get drawn out quite a bit, and I think you're right. If we draw this agenda up, we can look at it, and maybe I think we have it advertised at 6 p.m. on the 20th. Maybe we can consider pushing that time frame back a little bit. I don't know if that works for everybody's schedules, or we just know it's going to last a little longer. I'm hoping that we can get everything hammered out in a 3-hour stint. Maybe that's optimistic. I don't know.
I think if we have an agenda, if we can work together and get a detailed agenda, I really think that's going to help manage time.
Yeah.
And so, because there's going to be a lot of opinions, but at the same time, if we limit X amount of time per agenda item for public input,
Yeah,
and then we just have to limit ourselves to, you know, we have a half hour per contract or whatever we want to do, and I think 2-3 hours would be very reasonable to be in and out, so, so yeah, I think it's all gonna come down to a good agenda, so.
okay.
So not earlier time.
6 is, I think we can do it, I really do, I don't wanna interfere with, you know, people have work as well, so I mean, 5:30 would be the earliest, but I think 6 is a good time, I think we can get it done, you know.
Well, that, I mean, I'm pretty
You know.
Okay. I guess too late, you guys are gonna have to budget for pizza or something.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so 6 would be good, so,
okay.
Kevin's offered to bake some cookies and stuff, so.
Start over.
I bet you're not. That's a process, so I bet you're not. But, okay, yeah, no, I think we'll still stick with that schedule of 6, and I guess you and I can discuss, maybe have an agenda put in place a little bit by Thursday, and we can discuss that or let the public know.
Yeah. And I know, like I mentioned to the city council board, that you and I are scheduled for TTO here Thursday at 5:30. And like I said, we just give updates from our meetings.
What time?
At 8:30 a.m. Did I say 5:30?
Yeah.
Yeah, 8:30, yeah, I'm mixing up.
I was like, did you change that on me?
Yeah, no,
We're not getting up that early.
Yeah, right. Not yet, so.
But yeah, no, we can discuss, you know, that or just give an insight into what's going on.
Yeah.
That's
Maybe-
on Thursday.
Yes,
Thursday morning.
Yeah.
Maybe we could kind of have a small agenda piece together, a rough one or something by then, just to kind of
yeah,
lay it out, but.
yeah, and we can inform the public here of the meeting too, and whatever, so.
Yeah, no, I think that'll be a good discussion, so. Yeah, anything else while we've got city representation here, or anything maybe you want us to take back and work on between now and your joint meeting?
Like I said, I know that, kind of we summarized the labor rates and, the time data as well on some of that. Like I said, if there's other numbers or something that you want to talk as a discussion point for data, like I said, I know it was mentioned that, they worked out this $45 an hour labor rate. If you guys have any data to back that $45 an hour labor rate, showing the increase in PTO and overtime and whatever, I would say, please bring it to us and we can kind of work with the difference between our numbers. So I think if there's any additional data for the contract discussion, I think it would be really valuable to show that data.
I think truthfully with that 45, and again, in my opinion, I didn't necessarily have the city contract in mind. I was thinking, you know, it was kind of patrol season. We were, you know, thinking about getting ready to go out. I wouldn't say it was February, March. We were getting ready to go out and do county road, township work. And again, it was brought to us as being a competitive rate.
Yeah.
You know, it was presented to us by the highway department as being a competitive rate. Well, you know, we're still cheaper than a lot of contractors, but at the same time, you know, I don't think that, I think maybe we need to look at addressing 2 rates, because one would be to the city, because again, we're not trying to be competitive, we're trying to be a partner to the city.
Well, we're both public entities using tax dollars, right?
Yeah.
And neither of us are here for profit, right? Nobody looks at the county and says they're a for-profit business, or the city,
Yeah.
for that fact. We're supposed to be allocating our tax dollars efficiently and wisely to lower costs for our citizens.
Yeah.
So I think that's where it really comes down to. Yes, it's nice to tie our rates to what the commercial labor market is doing or what businesses are doing, but you have to understand businesses are for profit.
Yeah.
So they're there to make a profit, and public entities are not.
Especially not within each other. I don't feel that our contracts, our agreements should, you know, we should recuperate our costs for sure.
Exactly.
And there probably should be a 1%, 2%, 3% leeway just because there's unforeseen expenses, but I don't feel like we should go and be making a profit off of the city, a large profit or a measurable profit, put it that way. And I would expect it the other way. You know, so yeah, I think, you know, again, when that was presented, I had in my head, you know, we're not even trying to compete with private entities doing road work, but we're out to provide a service to the townships and et cetera, when we were setting that labor rate. And we've got much more expense that goes into the equipment we use out
Yes.
there. And a lot of the equipment is the same, but we also use your equipment too when we do work for you or, within the city limits. And so I feel personally, we need to look at, whatever we do with the contract with the city, we also need to look at probably having a separate rate for our township work and et cetera, because it is two different things. It is completely two different things. I mean, we may be removing snow in the city and in the county, but it's just apples and oranges to me. So yeah, I think we'll have to look into that or discuss that as well. But yeah, my personal feeling is we're not out to make a large profit off of the city. So.
Well, thank you. Yeah, like I said, we'll come up with suggestions for this city county meeting, and like I said, we can use that as a base point just for discussion between both boards.
Yeah, we appreciate your time coming in today and I guess compromise and willingness to work. I think it should be a good meeting, so.
Anything else for us, question wise?
I've got your numbers, and you and I have talked in the past about numbers and such, and I guess we're just gonna probably take some time today to try to prepare, so are you available if I have any questions for you
Yeah.
throughout the day?
Yeah. Call, I'm available by phone at any time today. I am around in town, so I don't think I've got a whole lot going on. I got one student flying around, so as long as he's within eyeshot, it will be good.
Sure. Okay. I'm glad I'm not in a tall building today.
Yeah.
Just turning them loose.
Yeah.
No, thank you again for coming in, and if we have any questions, we'll give you a ring and go from there.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll see you Thursday.
All right, see you Thursday.
Yeah.
Thanks, everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey,
Yes.
our other problems.
So we do have a motion in a second, I guess, for discussion. Again, I guess I personally would like to see us just get that out of the way. I would like to move forward. And I, again, really question whether or not we were in the right to change that rate.
I still like to ask her.
I agree, but whether we were in the right to change or not, I guess if we weren't, it falls back on the old rate.
Right.
And if we were, I still don't think it's reasonable or fair to charge that rate for our shop maintenance. Because anything we build out, and I'll go back to my past experience as a service manager, but a very efficient tech was like 85%. That was efficient. And those guys were, every time we work on this tractor, they would punch in and, work on Kevin Pagel's tractor for an hour. Okay, well, they build $170 an hour or whatever to that tractor. Well, then if they went to this one, they build, they punched into that. That's not going on within cleaning and painting of the shop. So that's where I
I'm
feel.
sure they weren't here on the side.
No, I mean, if
Sure,
we
they
were
run off and did this and run off and did.
But, I mean, and whether it was work related, whether it wasn't, it just, yeah. And winter work like that is busy work, it's necessary. We do need to do some upgrades, we do need to, and they did a nice job, it's beautiful out there. The paint work they did and stuff like that, and the cleaning they did. I guess I was very impressed with a lot of that, but at the same time, it was probably not reasonable to build that rate out for the city share. So I guess with that being said, is there any other discussion on the motion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor of accepting the city's offer of the outstanding bill at the old labor rate signified by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries. I'm glad that's out of the way. We do need to talk to Aaron. Is he here today? Katie, no, she's coming next.
I want to say he might be gone in the morning. You'll have to ask her for sure.
It's usually the mornings and then the afternoons, so it's popping in by
It works somewhere.
South Dakota or something.
I can't remember.
Yeah, no, I thank you for agreeing to that, Kevin. I just think it's important.
I didn't have nothing against it,
Yeah.
I was just a little worried about what we were.
Legalities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Personally, I still think that's why I was talking to you, actually, or I'll do that, give them 6 months.
That's kind of what I feel like we have a contract with them now. We don't necessarily contract with each township, so when we set our labor rates for the township, we did that about that time, we advertised it, we sent out the labor rate change, I believe, and, again, that was in my head, I just really didn't have that city contract in my head when we.
I didn't
When
either,
it came in. Hey, would you like to take a 5-minute
Sure.
break? Okay. Break from 9:25 or so, use the restroom, come back. And then we have Katie Roseland at 9:30. She had a rough meeting in the city there. Did you hear about that? They come in and they were very adamant that those people, they want to get rid of the city inspector.
You know what, I totally agree. It costs these people a lot of money out here to build them.
I do too. I mean, my name was even used there because we were actually going to build a building in town, and with the inspection prices and things like that, I just decided to build it outside the city limits as well. And I do feel, so I expressed
I
my,
think what they need to do in my personal business, they need to put a cap on it, if it's under $5,000, we don't need it. Because Bill, I know, did a little bit of work, he said it cost me $1,000 to do the work in my basement. He said it cost me $4,000 or $5,000 to get an inspector here.
I don't think it was that much, but yeah, I think he paid as much for the inspector as he did
Well,
the work. The only thing, and I'm sure Katie's gonna bring that up today, but I just want to give you a little foreshadowing on it, is what falls upon her. So without an inspector, the accountability, she's not an inspector, she doesn't want to be an inspector. But, we contract to the city, and so again, that really falls on the city, but she takes her job very serious. And so I think her concern is, is she her?
She's the taxer for the taxes.
Yeah.
It shouldn't matter if it's safe or not. That's the square feet, the way I look at it, it's square feet, and that's what she goes.
Well, she's issuing the permits for this. They have to come get a permit, a city permit, and so, is she expected to inspect? Or, and this is more of a question for the city, because it's their decision, right? And I would like to have asked them that, what they're leaning towards. But her concern is there's gonna be a lot more on her plate. And I understand her concern, but I'm hoping the city goes with something else, a local inspector, cheaper permits, whatever. It's not the permits, it's the inspection.
Right.
But anyway, Katie will have some concerns, but I know she was very upset after that meeting, and rightfully so. We're gonna take a bathroom break or something. What's in the plate you cooked from last month? I don't know, fresh water. Did you make it?
I did.
Oh, Mark told me he never made it.
For him?
He didn't get in. I mean, Katie's birthday yesterday, so they are left.
Oh, so yesterday was her birthday.
Yes.
My last year.
That's not too bad, you just graduated a while ago.
I got another question. So last week we were just talking about this. We have the drill.
talking, but I didn't know if he was coming to the regular meeting either, because he never responds to a text. I heard Michael was mowing in the golf course.
You know, I thought he maybe was too.
Because I know it's like that girl applied for it, but like mom was doing it this year. Alyssa just posted looking for people to volunteer 2, 5, or 10 hours, whatever you can help to get someone. Interesting. Whiskey Road Gallery, isn't that gallery on Main Street?
Well, that's what we thought that guy was coming for last month, but he didn't say anything about it, so I don't know.
Paul and Kathy Henriksen, and Brett Patchen, welcome to the company. Interesting. Asher's last day of preschool. Oh boy, for this year, until this year. I'm so interested in his second grade store finds.
I'm so glad my son isn't.
And then we have to like find time to grow away that they don't see. Oh, I'm happy.
Maybe he'll be so busy with everybody, it'll be easy to go away.
And then they'll like, next week's back, and they're like, where's this?
Yeah. Just 10 acres.
And industrial. And that's about being inside of and seeing if there's like, you know, there's improvements, which I don't think there has been, or if they're like depreciating at more than a normal rate, which from the exterior doesn't look like they are. But I had to review it yesterday. And he said, yeah, I saw that it was very nice, and then I was like, that actually was. I'm like, well, it wasn't actually made surprise, it was just the exemption that we should have never had, was removed. Still, literally exactly moving to zero. And so it's valued at 2.6. So that has a higher market increase to justify $1.7 million in difference? I don't think so. That might be true, but it's probably like a couple $100,000, maybe $500,000 in value. It's not $1.7 million.
Yeah.
That's insane. I will go out and fairly value it. Maybe I will find that, who knows? I know, do a good cause I would just sign off on the permit and issue it today.
Yeah.
It's approved, but we'll get that out of our drawer.
Oh, we did vote to approve that payment, $29.
Yeah, but like, if you shop them, I try to figure them out because we don't have this breakdown. And that's why I'm trying to tell everyone next year.
Honestly, just, we have to approve this because it hasn't gone back. We will look into doing it the correct way and.
You can have a bar if you want.
Our pay. Just looking around, trying to figure out how we're gonna set this up.
Yeah, I can do that too. So there is more of these tables in that room,
Okay.
in the closet. So in that lobby area where Alex is, there's a closet. When you walk in the door, there's a closet that's full of white tables.
Okay.
And then there's more white tables upstairs in the commissioner room closets. I think like on the west side closet, you know, when you go to the door, the actual door to go to the commission room, there's two closets on both sides. The one is filled with more white tables. They're easier to wash
Yeah.
and keep clean to me, or they look cleaner than like any of these that I tried to get ones that don't have the chunks out of them or whatever. Just so you know, Ron,
I think I might.
that
throw-
table, I think I'd leave,
Yes.
because it has a broken leg.
I think I'll set up like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna throw black tablecloths on all of them anyway, just to,
Oh.
for ease of cleanup. Steven wants to be able with some taxable values for all the unorganized commissions. Let's be looking at something.
Doing that worksheet there. It's already going.
Sure.
I can actually probably just email it to you.
I mean, technically, any of them can change at county equalization if somebody came to appeal, but I don't know of any, and they didn't send out any notices, so we can deal with them.
Right.
Like, I don't wanna like sit down and tell her, like, why are we running for commission? Like, what? You know, like, not to like intimidate him or anything, but like, what do you want me to do?
Right.
Are you coming in with no agenda and just want to do what's best for the county, or are you like, you know? What's it? Who's that? Frozen. like 60s on Saturday, which would be lovely.
That was supposed to be warmer than that.
I think Friday was like 70s. I just thought if it's 75 and sun for many of these windows with a bunch of parties in here, it can get toasty. 60s I like because I can open a window if need be.
So you missed the birthday party yesterday, huh?
Oh, yeah.
You go out and spend an evening on the town with your husband?
If I went out, I could not be here today. I was 39.
So I just sent
Takes
text
a few
you.
days. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, that's a very good work.
Yeah.
Sorry, we were ahead of schedule and then we
No
got
worries.
behind schedule here, but,
I don't anticipate this taking long.
well, I will turn it over to you this morning.
Okay, so we're meeting this morning on a rezone request from Crow Point Cooperative. We met as a zoning board on May 7th. The zoning board did recommend an approval of changing the zoning from agricultural to industrial. They are wanting to build 12,000 plus square foot warehouse space with a little over 1,000 square foot of office space in there to do egg sales. This is 10 acres in, I believe, Kansas City Township, section 8. They already own 10 acres. I think this should be in your comments, but there's a 10 acre parcel here. This was rezoned to industrial in 2021. They bought the 10 acres to the south, and so it would just be extending that zoning. We were looking at commercial for the egg sales, but anything that is a permitted use in residential or commercial is also a permitted use in industrial. So they would be covered that way, and just to not have a spot zoning issue in the future where you have, all egg and then industrial, commercial, just having it all be industrial, extending that industrial down is what we went with, so.
It's right after work.
Yep, right by the plant, yeah,
Right next to it.
Yeah. Okay, so we are looking for a motion then to approve what the zoning committee acted upon.
Yep, and then I have a building permit application, but I will be able to sign off on that if this goes through.
I'll make a motion to approve the planning and zoning request for Crow Point to industrial.
I'll second that motion. Discussion? This is all supposed to happen this year.
I think that's a whole, yeah.
Sooner than, yeah, okay.
I think they'll probably get ready to move their office.
Okay. Now, what is this, being this commercial, would you just kind of explain the taxing of this building? and
It
this
would
property?
be, industrial.
Industrial, sorry.
But the building would be commercial, and so, it would be, it's the same as egg, percentage-wise, it's the 10%. It will change the lot value, because it won't be valued off of the production value of the soils. So the 10 acres currently is valued at, I wanna say 3,000 some, and that's off the production value of the soil. And so it will, for this tax year, it'll remain the same because as of the assessment date of February 1st, it was egg use. But for next year, it will go to that commercial pricing. Commercial and industrial would be under the same category in their tax software. And so
And that's, what percentage is that?
10% is the, yeah. And so it would,
It'll be percent of the
the
value.
lot value would change to a similar value to the adjacent 10 acres, which I think is at like 10 grand or something like that.
So then is the building tax then too? Yeah, it would be assessed to the value of the property.
Yeah, because it's not, like Great River honey honey is considered agriculture, and so, that's a tax exempt building, or, you know, you have a
Farm shop.
shop, barn, whatever, those are tax exempt, but because it's a
Business.
sales situation, yeah, then it would be taxed.
How does that affect township taxes then? Like,
It's an unorganized township.
okay, if it were in a, I guess there's an anhydrous plant on your, not on my property, but does that affect, like in an organized township, does that affect their tax rate or their taxes or
I mean, it'll increase the taxable value of that.
of that property? But not the property adjacent to it or anything like that, or?
You know, I would have to do some more research as to if it affected adjacent values. If everything adjacent is ag, no, it's not going to affect your values, because that is just based off of the production values of the soil, you know, and it's,
So if you owned a quarter land and you sold 10 acres to somebody to put this plant on or whatever, so just like Rose did or whatever, it would not affect Rose's taxes at all? Okay. That's what I wanted to know, yeah. Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion on zoning? Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, motion carried. What else you got?
nothing. Do you have anything for me?
Not sure if you want to discuss it, but I was at the city meeting the other day. And we do have a little bit of time. I just wanted to kind of, if you care to discuss it, maybe you need time to think about it or look at things, but I don't know which way the city's leaning with their inspector and stuff, but that does drastically affect your position. And so do you have any resolutions or opinions to that? I mean, if they were to get rid of their inspector, obviously you're not responsible for that stuff. Your job would still be as it is. But maybe you want to elaborate on that.
I mean, I am effectively ineligible to ever become a building inspector. One of the requirements for certification is 2+ years in the construction business. I don't have that. So that's off the table. As far as, policing, if you will, for setbacks and that kind of thing, I think it's difficult. Those are kind of things that are caught on inspection now before a building progresses too far. And peak building season is the same peak season as me being out assessing. And with our assessments being as far behind as they are, I think that's the priority, is to get caught up on that. And then, also if there is something that somebody is, you're supposed to have the 25-foot setback and they build 10-foot setback. If I bring that, I can send a letter and say, this is what the ordinance says, you need to fix it. And if they don't comply with that, ultimately it does go to city council and they can either enforce it or not. I think if it's not enforced, your zoning ordinance is kind of meaningless,
But your setbacks really don't have nothing to do with your construction, how it's built.
True, but we've had a couple of them where Mel has gone out to inspect holes for footings, and they were too close to the property line. And, he let them know that and told them you can either apply for a variance, and proceed as is, or you can move them back, and they've moved them back. And so that's something that's, way better to catch when it's just a hole in the ground versus a building already up. So, which has happened prior to now as well, where there's buildings too close, so
Built on the other property even.
that has happened as well. So,
Well, and I guess just the reason I bring it up, because it does affect the county, it does affect your position. I feel like, and I mentioned this to you as well as the city council, I feel like they need to change. This is my personal opinion, now not my commissioner opinion, but I feel like they do need to do something. They need to compromise, but I do feel like they need some sort of safety net too, and I think they probably are aware of that,
And
but
I think the bulk of the issues identified in that meeting are zoning ordinance issues, not necessarily inspector issues. You know, there's some personality conflicts with the inspector, you know, and so if they go with a different inspector, like, it's still an inspector, you know?
when you talk zoning ordinance, like for instance, somebody wants to put in a window and it's gonna cost $500, you know, to put this window in or whatever. That is an ordinance, like requiring that inspector. I mean,
If it's a bigger window, the ordinance currently would require the inspector for that because it would be a structural change to the house. Now, do you think that there's compromise to be struck where, you know, the city could require an inspector for like commercial and then residential new builds or residential additions? Little things like windows or interior stuff wouldn't need an inspector, but that's up to the city.
Is there a price limit on or a cap on that if it's less than 500 or less than 1,000?
There's not.
Could there be?
You could be, but I think you'd be hard pressed to find an inspector to, without having somebody local, to do it for $50, you know?
I think he's talking about the project, you know, that, like say it's a $5,000 project compared to a $1,000 project. Is
I
what
guess
he's
what I'm
talking
saying,
about.
I guess what the complaints I heard, when it costs more to get an inspector down here to do it than what it costs for the project, that's the complaint.
And I've had 0 permits with that issue. The bulk of permits are less than 2% of the project cost. If you get into, you know, hundreds of thousands, they're a fraction of a percentage. But, you know, we have had a $1,000 permit or project with a $200 permit. And that's a $175 inspection fee and, $25 city administration fee. So, I mean, that's just with one inspection, that's the minimum fee, so.
I guess I'm gonna tie this into county stuff, so would you speak to why, so if I wanna go build a garage, go build, you know, an addition on my house, obviously it's zoned agricultural, but, you know, I mean, commercial, I suppose, is different, but, why does the city not respect personal property that way, or, and I retract that statement, not respect, but why do they require permits and stuff? Is it because the closeness, so if a windstorm comes in and if my house isn't constructed properly, the roof could land on Kevin's roof? Is that why they do this? I mean, or is that in theory why they do this?
In theory, that's why zoning exists anywhere. I mean, zoning is a police power granted to states and local governments by the United States Constitution. It's been upheld in the Supreme Court time and time again that a city, a county, a municipality can tell you what you can and can't do on your personal property because of how it can affect a neighboring property.
Yeah, but that's why, like an inspector would be required within city limits compared to something outside of city limits or outside of that annexed area or whatever.
It's why I think it would be more important because of the close borders.
Yeah.
There is also, you know, at this multi-hazard mitigation meetings that we've been having, FEMA uses a point system to evaluate whether an entity is eligible for FEMA funding in the instance of a disaster. And not having a building inspector is like a 40-point hit, you know, which could be enough to make you FEMA ineligible. Banks that, you know, if somebody's getting financing on a new home and a new home or an addition, if there's financing involved, the bank requires a certificate of occupancy, and that can only be issued by a building inspector. And if you don't have one while the process is going on, it's difficult to find somebody that can inspect a building once all the walls are enclosed, it's better to have them along the way.
We're kind of overstepping our boundaries, but it's just curious, because it affects your position, which affects this county commission, but what do you suppose the city's options are?
I mean,
They
the
can-
council members that I've spoke to, and I don't know if, they're telling me what they think I want to hear or what, but it does sound like they're leaning towards keeping an inspector, but maybe looking at some of those, modifying the zoning ordinance to allow for, maybe some of those smaller projects wouldn't need a building permit, like windows, doors, small construction. The accessory square footage is one of the topics that was brought up, that right now they're limited to 1,200 square foot. And that's so a residential neighborhood doesn't have, a 5,000 square foot shop in it, making it not look uniform. But maybe looking at that and increasing it, which it was increased last summer when the zoning ordinance was looked at, so. A little frustrating too, I mean, we spent a great amount of time last summer going through the zoning ordinance and nobody came to those meetings. There was one member from the public that called me and asked me to convey a message to the zoning board as far as, commercial lots are required to be a minimum of 20,000 square feet, and he cited different businesses like, Susie's and Scruppy's and like the laundry chute are all on smaller lots. And the zoning board looked at that and decreased that number to 7,000 square feet. So the one voice that was voiced, they totally took it into consideration, and so.
If they were, again, just to keep going on that subject, and I'll leave it alone, but if they were to do away with an inspector, what are their options there? I mean, other cities don't have one, right? I mean, and how does that affect their zoning, their zoning person?
Well, I mean, it would be same thing, I'd be signing off on permits, but there would be increased checks and, as like checks on properties, which takes
So
away
it would be
time.
more time consuming for you, for
Yeah.
sure.
So, and I have spoke to some people that don't have building inspectors, and they've said that they would like them because it catches those things early in the project.
Yeah.
So,
I'm not drilling you, I just want this information.
No, yeah.
I think everybody needs this information because it does affect your job.
Yeah.
So that's,
and I think that, the city, I've encouraged them to sit down and have a conversation with the building inspector, because there's things I'm sure that I don't even know merits of having a building inspector. Like the certificate of occupancy, I would have never known that before. That's something that only a building inspector can issue, and without doing the inspections, they can't issue it. These meetings with that Frank's had set up, like, have FEMA eligibility, I would have known that, so there's those little pieces that, pretty much know.
Thing is, a lot of that's inspected moving, because when an electrician's gotta go do that, he's gotta pull a permit from the state, and they gotta look at it anyway.
well, your plumbing, your.
Only on the new bill.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't think it's just a new, they change boxes and stuff like that.
Sure, remodeling, inspect,
Yeah.
electrical, remodeling,
Yeah,
yeah,
you do that.
But I think you're also kind of talking to her point, and I don't know if you're
Yeah, I
pushing
don't
the
know.
point, but, and you've said this to me in the past, is that your electrical's inspected, your plumbing's inspected, so why wouldn't the structure that supports those things be inspected?
And our inspector right now does not, he could inspect those things, but he doesn't, because there's other entities that are required to inspect them, so why pay for, dual people? But so yeah, he just is the structure.
I'll give you my opinion, I'm very neutral on it, because I feel both ways. I do feel like they should maybe change some zoning things, and that would definitely ease a lot of the little things, and again, I think you'd gain some taxable value by maybe easing some of that, you know, so say you get a permit to put a couple of new windows in or whatever, where you increase the value of the property, but something that didn't really necessarily change the structure of the house, maybe they should need it inspected. And so that's my personal opinion, you know, but yeah, no, I wanted to pick your brain, and I just wanted that information public, because there's arguments from both sides of it, and in either way, it's a city's decision, but it drastically affects your position, which is a county position, and we contract.
Right.
So.
Yep, and there are some, you know, as far as the fees go, he uses the International Building Code fee schedule, and so I don't know that you're gonna find somebody that's cheaper. I know the last time they looked at them, the other position, or the other person that submitted something, was more expensive. But there are some property tax incentives that could be looked at, you know, with new single-family homes or an addition on properties over 25 years old. There would be a little legwork for the owner to, you know, go and ask for those exemptions. But that could soften the blow of some of those fees. So I think there's things to look at, and, you know, maybe some education with the public as far as those things go, but.
Well, I guess I invite you to use your position and you know, stay in contact with the city, and maybe just make sure they know your thoughts on things, and really, I think, being at that meeting personally, I feel like the city has a lot of zoning things to maybe change or whatever, and that's gonna take care of a lot of their issues with these smaller projects, and make it a lot easier for residents, you know, I mean, the new construction, the big remodels, probably should be inspected, you know, because you can see some pretty shoddy carpentry stuff, but these smaller projects, I think people have every right to save a little money on inspection, but again, my opinion.
I think, you know, there's some, with contractors, you know, maybe they're a little bit offended because they've never had to have their work inspected, so why now? But, you know, if you could have a zoning ordinance and say, we don't need to inspect this guy or this guy or this guy because we trust them, like, that would be great, but you can't do that, you know, and you do have, you know, especially if there was a disaster or something like that, there was lots of projects in town, you're gonna have fly-by-night contractors come through, and those are the people that we wanna be checking.
One last question for you, just for the information too, is the codes or this inspection that comes from the state, that is not,
Yeah.
can a city or an entity choose to use some of it, not all of it?
I don't think so,
No,
no.
you can't say, so like putting up a pole building or.
I think you could still adopt building code, but you could also allow for, like, post and pier as an example, like according to building code, like that is not a permanent foundation, and we require a permanent foundation for a manufactured home. Your zoning ordinance could say permanent foundation or post and pier.
Oh, so they can kind of edit that, or they can,
So,
okay, thank you, Kate.
you bet.
Thanks, Dave.
Josh.
Morning.
Spell your last name, S-T-U-C-C-H-I?
CHL, STUCHL.
Stupid, that's what I was thinking of. Okay, I'm Dustin Lockman, Commissioner Chairman.
Kenneth Dale.
Justin Blade.
Nice to meet you.
And you know, the auditor maybe, or
I
Christine?
think so, maybe just through email.
Okay, welcome.
Yeah, absolutely, glad to be here. I assume you guys maybe had a chance to look at the letter that Billy sent last week. Can we get that distributed?
That's the one that's in here.
Should be.
Yeah.
I got some extra copies if you guys want to look at a hard copy, if that's easier for you.
Yeah.
That's. Maybe one of those, rest you need one.
I'll take one, I got it right here, but sometimes it's nice.
She's already right on, she's on top of it.
I was Justin this morning.
One not too bad.
So, Black and Blue Road. That is what we're talking about here. And Billy, I think, laid it out pretty nicely, in kind of our recommendation. And again, I'm kind of coming into this a little bit after the fact. He's on vacation right now, so that's why I'm kind of sitting in front of you today.
Everybody's entitled to a day off.
Yep. I think he's actually on a bear hunt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yep.
in Montana?
Yep.
Okay.
He said, or at least I heard that wherever they were going, they got up there and there was 18 inches of snow or something, so,
And hunting bear.
on there.
Sounds interesting.
I don't know, it sounds like a lot of work.
Right. Oh, really? Oh.
That way it's less walking.
Yeah, oh, that's, I would recommend it. I was thinking an airplane. Talk to Jimmy.
So you guys had previously applied for a Flex Fund grant and were awarded $300,000, which is awesome. And so we went out a couple weeks ago and did some coring, and you can kind of see on the map here, some of our results, and then there's some pictures. Long story short, there's a pretty good little layer of asphalt material, whether that be multiple layers of chip seal or some hot mix that might have been placed years ago, but there's very, very little gravel underneath that bituminous material.
Which is probably why it's not holding well.
Yes, and just my personal opinion, looking at that, I'm surprised that road's in as good shape as it is for having that little gravel underneath. And then beneath that gravel is a pretty fat clay material, and not very good material underneath that gravel. So if you were awarded a $5 million grant, I would want to be recommending probably a full regrade. Take out all that material off the top surfacing. We probably regrade that road, probably push that fat clay out to our shoulders, out to our inslopes. We haul in new bar material, put a foot of gravel on, something like that. But that's a very expensive, very time consuming fix. I don't think that's what you guys are looking to do here. And so we put together as our recommendation, like Billy said, I think we reclaim that top 4 or 5 inches of material. We come in and just grind that up. And we get rid of the large chunks that will essentially be left over. There will be some large chunks because there's a lot of cold mix patches that we put in that road over the years. And we pack that material back in. And then next spring, we would do some spot repairs. We know there will be soft spots that show up that need some attention. We'll have those dug out, haul in some new material and gravel in those areas we feel that really need some attention. And then we'll put in a 3-inch layer of gravel. That's our recommendation. So then I think, and I'm confident in saying by the time we're done, we'll have a good gravel road out there for minimal cost in the county.
In this flex funding, what is our time frame?
So from my understanding, we have, I think we've got 2 years to use up that flex fund, so I think,
2 years to start the project or 2 years to complete?
I think it's 2 years to complete a project, and then don't quote me on that, I have to look at the fine print of that
That's
one.
when the time it was awarded then.
I believe so. Yep, and I have to check with Billy again on the exact time frame of that. And the reason I say that is because there might be some leeway there where you say, we're gonna start a project, and they might not, the clock may not start until the project starts, rather than the award. So I need to check that fine print for you there. But Billy and I do feel that we can carry over the project into 2025, and that should not affect our flex funding. And the reason we kind of want to spread this project out a little bit is to give that road some time to sit.
Especially with the clay.
Especially with that clay that's in there, we want to give it time for those soft spots to show up, because we know there will be soft spots. And I would hate for us to grind it up and throw gravel on it in the same season or the same week even. I just don't think we'll find those soft spots and then they'll show up the next season or the season after that, and then we might have wasted a lot of gravel at that point.
Without the gravel on top, I mean, there would be some gravel, obviously, it would be reclaimed and the millings, but would it be easily travelable? I mean, would it be a muck pit?
I don't think it'll be a muck pit. If anything, I think it'll be a pretty rough ride.
Yeah.
It won't be a nice, smooth ride, packed gravel surface. It will be packed, I think it will be hard.
It'd be hard to maintain too, then I assume, with a blade. I mean, it would be,
It has that potential, yes. That's
because you'd be pulling up chunks more.
correct. And that is the downfall of this plan, is that you will have that rough surface open for a winter like that.
Sometimes in the winter, that's not all bad. It seems like around here, we have a nice snowpack on half the winter, you know. Sometimes you don't, sometimes you have a wide open winter, but
Sure.
But I do know we learned from just the neighboring road over there that we should not have completed the project in 1 year.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
I guess, I know there was some, I guess, Commissioner Larson is not present today, but he had talked to a few residents from that area that were not in favor of now milling and stuff, so.
Yeah, I did talk to Richard out there myself. Richard Harwood, I called him a couple weeks ago and talked with him, and he kind of gave me some background, and I believe he lives right on the project there.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's personally in favor of turning it back to gravel. I don't blame him, you know, if you had a chip seal road, you had a paved road, you might always want to pave road.
Yeah.
But sometimes budgets don't allow for that.
Well, and we're finding with that neighboring road that it just, I guess my personal feelings, the more I look into it, I think we should have turned that one to gravel and we should have every year planned for maybe a mag chloride.
Yep.
And just, to me, that when that's done properly and it's done timely, that mag chloride is almost better than the chip seal road anyway.
I would agree with that. It keeps the dust down.
It gives you a firm road.
Yeah, it sheds water off your road. And that overhead road you're talking about, we have to think about the type of traffic that road is seeing, and it's not your cars that's doing the damage.
No.
It's large equipment during planting and harvest.
And we seen that during construction of it, and right upon completion, it was already being pounded out. Well, let's face it, at very best, that's an 80,000 pound road with a chip seal. I don't think it's even designed for that, and there isn't one of those trucks coming within county or to the county to the north, heading to the county to the south, that are probably less than 80,000 pounds.
You're seeing triple axle, quad axle,
Yeah.
trailers.
We put signs up, it's got a permanent 80,000 restriction. Are the regular load restrictions still on that, or no? They got all on it. Okay. But it just, even 80,000 is too much, but in all fairness, it is still a county road and we have to allow for that traffic, but we knew realistically that unless we got somebody out there to weigh trucks and actually enforce it, it wasn't going to be kept under 80,000, but now, at the same time, look at the tax dollars that I feel we've wasted. $1.6 million plus Bros has chipped in some to try and help fix it. We hired, last year we had to dig out more, and we're gonna have close to 2 million into that road, and what do we have? It's another year or two, it's gonna look just like before the project started, and that's nothing against Bros, that's nothing against, even the people doing their job out there, the farmers, the ranchers, the commercial truckers, whatever are using it. It just, that double chip seal is not built for that.
It's not built for that kind of traffic, and you could park a deputy out there all day long and enforce it, and you'll write some tickets and you'll get some income, but that doesn't even get you anywhere as far as maintaining that road.
No.
As far as that money doesn't pay for it.
Yeah, no, I agree. And so I don't know, I think we need to seriously consider the future of all chip seal roads.
I absolutely agree with that. I think that's kind of what this plan is taking into account,
You know,
that, trying to grind it and rechip it is not gonna be in anyone's best interest. We're gonna turn it into a good gravel road, cause then we'll have 5 inches, 4 or 5 inches, plus an additional 3 inches of good virgin gravel. We got something to work with there,
Yeah.
something we can maintain. And let's be honest, what is this, 3.5, 4 miles in terms of gravel anyway?
Yeah.
Right?
yeah.
So-
And there's not a lot of residents on that 3.5 miles. I mean, we're talking actual residents right off the
I
road.
wanna say two
Yeah.
places right off the road in my head. So this is our plan. You guys have 300,000, grant funds. Originally, you guys had kind of committed, it looks like 148,100, is what you had discussed back in December of '23. You can see Billy's kind of updated estimated cost is $475,000, so you're kind of in that same ballpark. A couple options that I just want to throw back out to you. If you're wanting to reduce the cost even a little bit further, rather than doing 3 inches of gravel, you could consider doing 2. That might cut back a little bit. I don't think that would be a horrible option. You know, I think you'd still get a good road at the end of the day. Obviously, more is better.
What kind of price reduction are we talking?
So if you look at,
Do you have
so Billy's breakdown, he's got 3.6 miles of 3 inches of gravel, you know, for 245,000. You know, if you were to maybe cut a third of that out of there, if you have very rough figures.
Oh, okay, yeah, just basically doing 66%.
Correct. Yep. So you could kind of cut that down a little bit there. Another option would be, it sounds like you guys are putting up a gravel pit north of this location, is that right? If you wanted to look at the option of doing owner furnished gravel. I don't know if that would really save you anything in the long run. You're still having to pay for the gravel up front, but then the contractor would just be getting paid to lay it down. That's an option. I don't know if
I suppose it would greatly reduce some. I mean, we're still gonna have to hire Paul because I don't think we have the current manpower to haul it, but I mean, yeah, it would be, you're robbing from Peter to pay
it
Paul.
might be a
but-
wash, but
Yeah, but you're not paying somebody to come in and
in mind,
mine the gravel.
if you've already got that operation in place.
We ought to keep going with 3 inches, and we're only off 27,000.
Yeah, I haven't done the math yet.
Yeah,
Yes, which is pretty close.
it's pretty close. So yeah, again, the county's on the hook for 175,000 roughly.
So, I guess, just, I have to ask this question, this flex funding, what if, you know, based on the feedback of the public or whatever, we decided not to follow through with this project? Is that a slap in the face to the state? Is that, I mean, are we?
I wouldn't say so.
No.
But what I would recommend is to try and use it if you could,
Yeah,
just for the fact that, a lot of people applied for flex funds and not everyone got some. And I think it's pretty fortunate you guys did, I think that's great.
I think this was our third choice for a project.
I think so.
And it actually, like, I personally feel it needs doing. I haven't personally talked to a lot of people that, you know, reside up there or use the road, but I kind of felt like maybe if we hadn't put in this choice, maybe we'd have got maybe our first or second,
It's possible.
or we'd have got nothing.
Yep,
You know,
you might
I mean,
have nothing.
but-
The way the state went about this, sometimes it feels like a lottery. They just pick some number out of the hat. I don't know. Sometimes that's how it feels. But again, you guys did get some money. I think it's great. I think you should use it. And we did, like, I don't have the application in front of me, but I believe that application was for reclamation and gravel was the intent of that. And, we have some leeway with that, but if we all of a sudden decide, no, we're just gonna pave it, or we're gonna do it on another road instead, that's really stretching it, and I don't think we can get away with that.
And reclamation is that just considered the milling, or is that moving off of the?
You absolutely you could grind it, you could move that material off-site or process it or bring it back on. That's gonna be a lot.
But I mean, that estimated price is just to,
So this estimated price is just to mill it in place, reclaim it, mill it in place. That's what our estimate is.
with not mixing any gravel with it first. Okay.
That is something we could look at, but I would, in my opinion, I would rather us put a nice layer of virgin material on top rather than mix it out ahead of the reclaimer, because then you kind of want, you take really good material and you mix it with a subpar material, and you're not really getting a better material at the end of the day.
Will
Does
then,
that make sense?
yeah, will those millings make a good base? Will
Yes.
they account for some of the clay that's underneath? And I mean, we should have a good base there, and then once you put 2-3 inches of gravel on, again, you should be kind of creating a firm top.
Absolutely. Yep. And then again, we've got something to work with for 10, 15, 20 years down the road. We've got a good layer of material there that we could chip seal in the future, we could bake in the future. Kind of setting ourselves up for something.
Justin doesn't want to hear that stuff. You know, I guess my only concern is if we really were prioritizing our project to the Country Club Road, and while this is, you know, we're looking at roughly 170,000 or so of our funds, I guess we have a decision to make. What kind of time frame do we need to decide and get ready for bid letting and
So
stuff?
ideally, now this is just tentative, if you guys did make a motion to go ahead with this, I would get a notice in the paper this Friday. So that first publication would be 24th, second on the 31st, I'd be targeting a bid opening on June 10th.
Okay.
That's what I would like to do, or at least that's my option one. Because then we could still get that, do a bid opening on June 10th. A contractor could get it on their schedule to come and reclaim yet this year. And it probably would be at the end of the fall, which might not be worse than. And then the graveling would get done in the spring of 25. We'd probably have some discussion about a completion date in June of 2025 or July of 2025 or something like that.
So it would be out of the funding if we didn't decide until later and we had to be finished in 26, we wouldn't be, it would be.
I think we could still get away with that with our flex fund. I need to confirm that with Billy. But if we did wanna not do anything with the road this year, I think that's an option. I need to
Well-
check on that for
We just have not done a lot of discussing on the matter, and I don't know that 2 of the 3 commissioners today really want to make that decision. So I know we won't have a decision today, but even if we were to wait to our June meeting, I mean, would we be getting too far into, say we acted on it in June, or we had, say we had a special meeting, we do actually, we could possibly put on that agenda, we have a special meeting in 2 weeks with the city, but if we were to act on it then, I guess it would just set us back a
It's coming
couple
back
weeks.
a month. I think we can,
It would still be,
give or take, we can do a bid opening in about a month from whenever you guys make your motion. That's what our schedule
and it
is.
could still be scheduled for this
I think
construction
so.
season also.
Yep.
Okay. Well, that maybe gives us a time frame
We
of,
got a little time. Sooner is better to give contractors time.
yeah, for sure. And we struggle to get contractors in this area, it seems like.
But this is also limited scope, you know, we're just looking for someone to come in and mill it out and lay it and pack it, this fall. You're talking 3-4 days of those,
Yeah.
less than a week's before.
So you're pretty confident we could get,
I think so. I
Multiple
think
bids.
there's enough local contractors that might jump at that opportunity, might gamble that will have an open fall that they'll be able to get in.
sure. Okay. Justin, you got thoughts on it?
I'd like to see it taken care of as soon as possible, it's pretty bad. I mean,
Now,
the only thing I can do is haul more gravel on
Was it just last year we did a top coat to it? Was it 2 years ago?
Just did repairs on
Last year,
I think it got chipped last
I
year.
think it got fixed.
Yeah.
I think it did.
Yeah, we did. That's why, no, I'm pretty sure we did.
Well,
That's why I was concerned about even putting this in our, you know, why it was even put in as an option after we just put that money into it, but obviously it was, the base was gone, and when you core it, we know why. You know, because actually, if you look at the pictures, parts of the road look really nice.
Yeah.
But then the parts of it, you know, like you can tell it's a fairly fresh chip when you look at the pictures. They got very good quality pictures there. But then you can see where the shoulders are breaking out, and obviously the blowouts in the bottom left picture there is just gone. But I think if we don't act on this funding, then probably what we're going to end up doing is taking like that area with the blowout there. It looks like a couple 100 yards worth might have to be milled and put the gravel in a section anyway, or something. You know, again, have patchwork in the middle of our chip seal, but I don't know, I feel like it's a waste. Like, I feel like we wasted the money to put that overlay on, especially if we're gonna mill it within a year or two, but at the same time, I think we were just hoping a Band-Aid was gonna fix, you know, a more drastic wound than it really was, but,
I got gravel, probably on 8th of a mile.
oh, you do already, you know,
And
where
I-
these blowouts
I
are,
got 2-3 inches of gravel on top,
you know,
just, help heal them.
you know, just to keep it from settling in farther.
They were getting pretty bad, chunks were big, and, yeah, they were getting pretty bad.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I could do. I mean, I didn't wanna put a bunch of cold mix in there, waste that kind of money, that would have been a lot.
Well, I think the more coring Bros does and the more milling we do, we're finding out more and more that cold mix is not worth it. I think
It's a good Band-Aid,
You know,
that's not.
but like when you mill, your hot mix is gonna be very similar to your base and your structure anyway. I mean, you're not gonna have big chunks of hot mix. That's gonna mill up just like a chip seal.
The hot mix will grind up real nice, the
Yeah.
cold mix sometimes does not.
It's just like a cement, like
It
bricks.
just comes out in chunks and it doesn't process the same way, unfortunately. And so something to consider, and it can be discussions for later time, but just something to think about. When we build this up, we're gonna have chunks, and we'll have the contractor employ that to the shoulder, we'll probably make them pick that up and dispose of it. Those chunks will still show up over that winter time. And we need to think about who's gonna maintain the road, how they expect it to be maintained. Is it gonna be county maintained over winter? Do we wanna pay a contractor to maintain that? That's just something to think about. If we require a contractor to maintain it over winter, they're gonna charge you for it in their bid one way or another, right?
so,
And that obviously isn't figured into this.
Not really, not really. You know, even if we just write a note and say contractor must maintain it, they're gonna put that money somewhere in the bid to account for that.
I was thinking we figured we'd get 2 years out of it.
Yeah, I checks all. Yeah, no, it was, we acted on it, and it was just done, and I questioned it, but then I more questioned.
I guess I don't look at it as a waste, you're still putting it back down, you still got the ground.
The chips, I mean, in a sense, you're utilizing them.
Yeah.
It's just, it's a lot more expensive than it would have been just to mix and gravel in, but it's spilled perfume, whatever, we're not gonna do about it, so we just gotta move forward and decide what we wanna do, but, I don't know, we'll have to discuss it further, and maybe this afternoon, if we have a little time, we'll just talk about what we think, but I don't feel that we'll act upon it today.
That is
Just,
very okay.
I think we'll wait till we have a full board and our other commissioner actually has property up there, so he travels it much more than we do too, so I guess I value his input for that as well, and he knows the neighbors probably better, but I think ultimately we also have to look at our responsibility to the cost of all taxpayers, not just a few that are on that road, and we have to do what's right, and so we'll have to discuss it further, I guess.
Absolutely, absolutely. So you got an option here in front of you. Got some estimated costs. If there's anything else we can do, please reach out. I will find out about the specific terms of that flex grant.
Okay.
As
Yeah,
far
the
as
time frame and stuff
timeframe,
would be good.
and I'll have some more discussion with Billy about maybe how far we can stretch that outside of the original scope if we had to.
Okay.
That kind of gets into murky waters if you're.
If you would have time to email that information to Krista, then she could kind of distribute it to us, and that way we could, it would affect our decision too, I think. So,
Absolutely.
you know.
Anything else, gentlemen?
Any other questions for bros while Josh is here?
I don't think so.
Do it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Gonna rain out there, or is it?
Oh, probably not till this afternoon if it does.
Yeah, about the time I get out of here, start my tractor back up.
We could use a big shot though.
And you know, I always like it when I go to meetings, if it rains that morning, I don't feel like I'm missing anything, but it is what it is, so.
Yeah, absolutely. Good. Well, thank you again.
Thanks, good to see you. Yeah, no, I think we've got a big decision to make there, and I don't know, it's a lot of maintenance, and I don't think it pays, even on our other roads. I think this cold mix is just, you know, it's two different structures. Yeah, you know, I mean, and when you put the two together, I think all you're doing is you're putting the brick on top of the highway, and you're driving on top of this brick, and what happens around it, you know what I mean? So I think we need to probably work harder at corresponding with companies and hot mix, but any chance we get to utilize that hot mix and spread it out, I think is best, you know? I mean, that's my suggestion or thoughts, but I think this cold mix is just kind of it's just crap in the bag, you know what I mean? It's one thing if you're using it in a city pothole or something, and you're doing it by hand compared to getting a bunch of hot mix, but even the city may agree, or, you know, a bunch of cold mix, but even the city may agree, maybe they prefer hot mix for a lot of things.
Yeah, they think that they're reading.
Did they? Okay. So they're kind of the same.
Same stuff, yeah, because you keep hashing the same hole over and over and over. It just doesn't hold.
Yeah, I agree. So how are things going in the highway department?
Oh, they're going one day at a time.
Hey, been driving along the road lately, down south, Cowbutte Road and home again just yesterday, and, Jay's doing a phenomenal job down there. Yeah, my wife and I both commented, that's probably the smoothest trip we've ever had, all the way down there. And granted, there's a couple blowouts along the way, but, guys have done a good job of scraping them up and doing what you can with them. Do you have some maps and plans for spot grappling? Both organized township, unorganized,
And
and,
document everything that people requested and written out stuff.
okay. You got most of the maps from organized townships, or?
Oh, I don't think we got most of them. I think we got maybe half of them,
Okay.
so.
Might be a good thing to sit down and just cold call the ones we've done in the past. I know Maine has hired some private contractors.
Yeah.
Cedar, do you have Cedar's maps? Usually I bring them in, but I don't know if,
I remember we got.
You got them, okay,
I don't, I looked at this one.
okay.
I looked at like 10 minutes one.
Okay. Now, have you thought about doing a binder? I know in the past it seemed like we had more specific areas for these guys. Now it seems like the operators are all over. And that's your guys' decision, I don't care, but have you thought about getting a binder that have all of your maps and putting a binder in each blade?
No, I don't got a binder, but yeah, we're trying to give them all the maps, and they got the plastic inserts where they can just put them all on that insert.
Okay, so you try to keep them in the blades, yeah. I just was thinking about the other day, that, you know, because it seems like one day you're in our area, or Dale, or, you know, I've seen Matthew, and well, even Jay was up there the other day. So it seems like we've seen Ollie on and off a little bit, but I was just curious while you're there, if you have the organized township maps, you know, in each blade so that they have it at their fingertips. Because that's one thing with past supervisors, the guys, and I think you've even requested in the past, to have the maps with you. And maybe that's something that if you don't have them, maybe you should just work towards putting them all, you know, making copies, and that way they're there.
Yeah, I've always, well, not always, but a lot of times I got maps in the blade.
You know.
Not this new blade, I got it in the other blade, but yeah.
And then I don't know about, you know, when you're doing townships and you have multiple blades, I just try to prevent roads being forgotten. You know, as I mentioned, you know, our Cedar Township meeting, we had, Ron came to the meeting, Mr. Herbal, to ask about his road not being bladed last year. Well, it was an oversight. I don't think anybody intentionally didn't blade the road, but maybe with you guys rotating around the county, it just, things get missed that way.
Yeah, I had two guys over on that side of the county. I was gonna stay in the middle, so if I got called back, I could come back to town for some reason or another. And then I had Jay on the other side. Well, nobody's following the plan. They're just kind of doing whatever they want. And that's getting frustrating.
Okay.
But we do got maps where everybody's been, what they're doing, what's been shoulders pulled.
So you are documenting this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So things won't get missed, things won't,
Yep.
sure.
Yep.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. But
We even got the little maps that we're keeping track of on, so.
now, are you, I guess, to maybe resolve this issue, are you giving these guys good direction this day, you know, this group of days, you're work on this township or this county road, or, I mean, are you giving them daily directions? So they
I go out there every morning and I try to line them out, tell them where they need to go, what they need to do. Tell them plans have changed. In case it rains, you know, tomorrow this is probably what we're gonna be doing. So, yeah, that's what I told them. Go to your main roads, and if there's roads that need to be worked on, like a lot, because they haven't been done for years, let's not spend a lot of time on it, let's get the main roads done, that everybody uses every day. And then we'll come back to these roads that are 2-track trails or whatever. And one guy wants to focus on that, and the other guy doesn't. He's just, I don't know what his plan is.
Well,
I'm not trying to throw anybody underneath the bus, that's why I'm not throwing names out there. It's just, it's frustrating after a while.
Well, we want to help you. Our ultimate goal for all of us is to make sure that everything runs smooth. You know, for you, for the highway workers, and as well as for the whole county, so that people traveling the roads have what they need. And so the only thing I can suggest is maybe we need to do more planning. I'm not there to see what kind of planning you do, but I mean, maybe these guys need to, okay, this group of roads needs to be tackled. When you're done with that, you can go to these or whatever, and maybe if you're keeping them in a certain area, that's gonna help, you know, rather than, you know, we bounced around this spring a little, we have in the past too, but you go hit your most dangerous spots, you get things cleaned up when you have to, but as they get settled into territories more, that'll help maybe. I don't know. I'm hoping, you know. But if you need some help from the commission, you know, that's our job is to support you. So, and if we need to have a meeting where we get the employees together, and I think you sat in on one with me here years ago, if we need to do that again, just to get all the opinions out of the way and get down to the facts and then just get down to the plans so that we're a well-oiled machine. I guess any of the commissioners are willing to do that, so.
So you said you got small maps of these two?
Yep, each township and everything, and those are all documented on what we pulled and what we played it, and
Do you think, I'm just throwing this out, being they don't like to follow instructions, do you think you'd be given each a color-coded map? This one belongs to this guy, this color belongs to this guy, you draw it on that morning. Or the day before, and this is what you do, this is your car, and stuff. Stay on that and give them like, you know,
More direct directions maybe, I mean,
yeah, like, give, I don't know how many miles you can get in a day, it's gonna vary, I suppose, 4 or 5.
yeah, if you're just lighting and stay on the grass, you can get 4 or 5, if not more.
So you get up and give one guy a yellow and stuff, and give him 5 miles. And stuff, you get, if he gets it done, fine, if not, he can do it the next day. But I'm just thinking more direct, and that's where they don't get off them, this is what you do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm just throwing them out.
Yeah.
and if you need to get they're a little spinny, but we can order, well, you have a printed board up on there that you can use dry erase markers on or not?
Yeah.
Yeah, of the county, the roads and everything, no?
No.
Maybe we should look at having somebody print something up like that, and then you can color code it. This is, operator 1, he's green, this is operator 2, he's orange and red and purple, whatever. And we could just go up there and just to help organizations go to, and this is where you are, and he can come, when he did that, he can erase that part and, maybe there's things like that we can do, or we can just do it on hand printed maps, not hand printed, computer printed maps, but highlight them and say, okay, this is this week's job, this is next week's job, Maybe just to kind of go along with what Kevin's saying, I think.
And I'm just saying, if you got small maps, then if they get quite weird, they can look at that map, this is what I'm supposed to do today, in case they didn't quite understand it. Just a thought.
Yeah.
I know it starts to work, but I guess if they do things wrong, you gotta go over it, that's actually.
Yep.
So, what else?
Oh, we got, for right away for Todd Christian. And I went out and looked at it, I didn't see where they're gonna need a culvert, it's just to go into his field, so he's not going into somebody else's field and going through their fence, and
It's a new culvert,
it's just a new,
new approach, sorry.
That's what I know.
I mean, there's nowhere for the water to go if you even did put a culvert in there.
You do have a picture?
Yep.
I don't think back up in our channels, did it?
It should have.
Yeah, that's it, right.
The picture?
Nope, all I got was that.
Yeah, okay. That's, I have the request, I just.
He was bringing the original.
Where's this at?
That's out on, where the golf course is at, it's, you go east, and it's right behind, not Tyler's, this is the house right after that, on the north side of the road.
Anderson?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Jeff?
Yeah. But, yeah, there was,
It's on the north side, of this is the north side. No.
Jeff would be on the
It's
north.
just, it's just,
yeah, that'd be right here.
okay, but.
But you looked at it, you're not recommending a culvert?
No.
He's a contractor, so obviously he's gonna do it to spec. It's for his use though?
Yeah.
Is that his own access?
Yeah.
So your recommendation is to
Yeah.
approve it?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess with that, I will entertain a motion to approve.
On the regular, approve the President's approach.
Okay, I've got a motion, I will second, I've got a motion and a second to approve the right-of-way request for Todd Christman to build an approach. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
You have the original ones that signed.
That's right.
Is there some updates to the right-of-way policy? We have that in new business there.
And gravel sales policy. That was the last one.
Nothing to update on right-of-way policy.
I don't know what the right of way policy was, because
I read through it a couple times. I thought it was pretty good, so.
I think it was just because it was red line before on, site or whatever, I don't know.
I guess while Kevin's looking for that, you have some signs or something?
Yeah, we had some sign quotes, between Newman and Sign Solutions. Newman's is like $800 cheaper.
Are the other ones up farther?
What's that?
Farther?
No, that's Jamestown.
That's James. James.
And, pricing was
What's not, are we just looking at restocking?
restocking, so we can put up some signs, we're missing signs out in the county, and this is supposed to have been done already, but something got next around.
We budgeted for signage, I assume, or it's coming out of?
Yeah.
Equipment or?
Yeah. The Newman's is 2,346.31, and then Sign Solutions was 3,223.42. That's like $877.
For the same time?
Same sign.
Oh, well,
That's no brainer.
yeah, okay.
So,
While we're on the subject of signs, and actually I was thinking of it when Rose was sitting here, but, you know, I think part of the reason why Cemetery Road has been a successful chip seal was, one, it was done over a series of 2 years. But two, I think, is there's an alternate route. You know, I mean, I know when I'm loaded, whether I'm cleaning grain or coming that way, I go over through Mount Ridge. You know, I take the cut across there by Ron Buckmeyer's and such. And, you know, without intentionally trying to increase, you know, traffic by those residents, I still think that being a viable detour really saves on that road. And even with our road restriction sign, I was wondering if under that permanent restriction, maybe we should have a custom sign that says overweight trucks or heavy truck detour.
right.
And just have an arrow, you know, and then maybe, what is it 3 miles? I think it's 3 miles
Yeah,
across the country. But, I mean, you know, if we put that at each end of that chip seal, you know, I think that's drastically gonna help it too. And so maybe, you know, because you can get custom signs made, right?
Yep. We can do anything we want, maybe, yep.
I guess, I think that's more of a decision for you, but I just feel like anything we can do, that chip seal road is there to stay. It was a very successful one, and it's holding up very well.
Yeah, we just impacted on that yesterday.
You know, but, you know, maybe to help protect that one more, you know, because that was my idea for the overhead road was we should have done something with a detour because I know there is a cut across road that can send them to the black and blue,
Yeah.
you know, and because that's your traffic. It's these semis coming through, mostly heading your county, northern Adams County farmers going into South Dakota. And while we can't do a lot with that other than, you know, try to detour that as well, but maybe for this chip sealed road that we have that is in good shape, a little extra signage wouldn't hurt, you know.
Yeah.
But And I don't know, in the future, if we're gonna continue to maintain a chip seal on that overhead road, we may have to look at doing the same, especially if the black and blue becomes, you know, a gravel base, but I'm not as familiar with that north part of the black and blue. It's kind of around to get back to the overhead, isn't it? I mean, it's,
Yeah.
you know, whereas the one road I'm talking about to go around the cemetery road is just pretty much a straight shot, you know, but, so, anyway, something to think about,
Yeah.
maybe some signage.
And if we do that, we should probably re-gravel that road. The sandy gravel.
There'd be some spots to fix for sure, to build up to make a
Yeah.
better one, but,
Yeah, we're gonna do, we got some there now, that we're gonna do.
yeah, like I said, that road needs some
Yeah.
updating anyway, but, you know, some sloping and some gravel, you know, if we get caught up, it'd be good to do too, but, yeah, so. I will entertain a motion to take the low bid from Newman Signs. Yeah.
Second.
Okay.
I'll move.
Okay.
I thought you were making motions, sorry.
No, that's okay. I'll second it, discussion on the Newman Sign bid. I assume that's the one you wanted to go with.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
So, we'll get them ordered so you can get to hanging signs. Any other discussion? Motion is second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye, motion carried. Okay,
According to the process, the requesting party is responsible for all installations, whether it's existing approaches or new.
yeah. I mean, is there any desire to change? I mean,
I don't think so. I think the only question we had was was it on a township road or? That's any culverts on any road then?
as far as the approaches go,
Yeah.
it's.
Or, yeah.
Okay, now I see.
I think it was a question of whether it's organized or unorganized.
Yeah.
But if they're requesting it, aren't they saying,
Well, if they're
they gotta do it themselves anyhow, they're paying for it?
I think the confusion last month was we had one in organized township on a township road.
Right.
That should go to the township, not to us.
Yeah.
And we got that cleared up, but, the question was, and Kevin, now you reminded me, if it's an unorganized township, are we responsible for any approaches that go in to any road on an unorganized township? Because those are technically our roads to oversee, which we should be. Yeah. Does it state that in the right way request? It doesn't specify which roads, does it? But,
It just said any installation either way.
you know, to really, the only thing we need to really clarify is that the county is responsible for county farm to market roads, as well as an unorganized township. But I don't know that doesn't need to be written on the application, because the application, this is prior to anyway, so. Okay.
So no changes?
No, I don't think there'll be desire changes to the actual policy or request, but as of now, anyway.
So that can come off.
Yeah. Gravel sales policy. Did we act on that last month? We discussed it.
We discussed it. And, yeah, we were trying to figure out what other counties did. And I don't think we should be selling private contractors. My personal opinion, I don't know if you guys got the gravel sales policy, we throw it up.
Yeah,
Because that's just another, I don't know, headache or.
it is. I just, and we did have this discussion last month, I don't remember now. My only concern is just like Fisher Industries owns most of the gravel rights in the US practically, the upper Midwest for sure. We own most of the gravel in Adams County. And while it is a pain for you to have to go load up half a yard for somebody or something like that, I still don't know that we should have a firm policy that says we will not sell gravel. I think the policy should read, we will or can sell gravel at the discretion of the highway department or the commission, because there's just certain instances to where somebody may need gravel and, you know, I mean, while Steppic's on some gravel and Fisher's does, I think, load some gravel for some people, there's just times to where people may need a load of gravel, we may be in the pit nearby, and it might drastically help a township, you know, an organized township or something. So I really don't want to tie it up by saying we will not sell gravel.
Then we should probably do a contractor's policy, put it in that, instead of just a regular gravel policy. So it's two different things. I don't know, I just trying to keep.
Are you saying now you would only sell to a contractor? I mean, because if,
Well, they've got the contractor's insurance. You get somebody in there and say they're starting a fire, then we're liable.
you know,
What do you do there? I mean, do we want to be liable for that?
well, if their truck starts on fire on our county road too, I mean, it's, you know, I mean, I guess here's my concern. We don't let people in to haul our gravel up, to load our gravel, nothing like that. But if I showed up as a private individual with my gravel trailer and I was putting up a bin site, say, by one of your pit down in Bucyrus or whatever, say I was putting a bin site up a mile away. And you were there hauling gravel, and I arranged that when you were there, I wanted to come get a couple loads. I'm gonna pull in, you're gonna load my gravel, I'm gonna go dump it at your convenience. Are we saying we can't do that for people by putting this policy in? Because we kinda are.
We kind of are, but I would,
But I don't think that you should shut your blade down, come to my beck and call, and load gravel for me so I can fill a pothole in my own driveway or something with my little dump trailer I'm pulling behind my Ford Explorer, you know what I mean? I understand that. I just don't think that we have the right to completely tie up this gravel and say that we will not sell it. I just feel like if we leave it at your discretion, you know, the supervisor or the highway department's discretion, it leaves the opportunity open to say yes or no, rather than have a policy that just says, we will not sell it. You know, I mean, I don't want to be greedy with this gravel in a sense, because we do want landowners, when we contact them, we want them to let us put a pile up.
Right.
And if we're gonna tie up this gravel like that, I mean, so, well, here's another thing, so let's just, you know, I'll just, John Smith has gravel here. He lets us come in, the county has one pile in his gravel, in his pit or whatever. He has no pile himself. If he calls you and wants a load of gravel, what are you gonna say?
that's helpful.
Right?
Well, if I go by the policy, though, I gotta
You're
go
gonna say
no.
Yeah. So, that's why I'm saying, for the sake of good relationships with landowners and keeping in good graces so we can put up gravel, I don't think it's a good policy. But if we leave it at your discretion, the highway department's discretion, then it's a fair, open policy, you know, I mean, it might put some pressure on you that, oh, well, you gave Kevin some gravel the other week, and why can't I get some next week? Well, because I'm not in the pit anymore. Yeah, you might tick somebody off a little bit there, but by closing the window of opportunity completely, I think once people realize what you're doing there, we just might not get gravel in the future, you know?
I think we should sell some gravel. If you're in a pit and they need some gravel, whether they hire a contractor to haul it out or they do it themselves, if you can load it and you're right there anyway, I think you should sell some gravel. So
Yeah.
that's my.
But I think, again, it has to be at your discretion, because if somebody wants to come buy that whole pit, no, we can't do that. You know, I mean, we're not gonna sell our pit to support somebody else's project. Our gravel is to support Adams County, you know?
If they want gravel and you're not in that pit, then
Too bad.
yeah,
Right.
then they gotta wait until you get to that, or go buy some other. That's my personal opinion.
whatever they bring in to haul it is gotta be up to my discretion too, because I don't wanna be dumping loading somebody's vehicle or whatever, and it blowing out.
Yeah, no, if they
Yeah,
show
right.
up in a bus line for a pickup and they wanna haul 5 yards of gravel in the box, yeah, you got every right to say heck no,
Yeah.
but again, I guess that is up, that is your discretion, and I think it's better left that way, I really do think. I think if we close that window, we're just gonna end up shutting off our opportunities to purchase gravel in the future, in some places.
I agree, I'd like to see it open at your discretion. That's,
Yeah, I personally think we should just leave it that way. Just, I appreciate the work that goes into this policy, but I think that there's too many instances to where we would make an exception or we would need to make an exception. And then it just completely goes against the policy anyway. And I don't want to be making exceptions for one person and not another. So if you leave it at your discretion, it's wide open. We hurt way less feelings that way,
even home.
So, okay. Moving on, we have equipment purchase.
Yeah, for, lawnmower up shop. That's getting pretty shaggy and using our skid steer with that mower that we bought a few years ago, we can't get into every place, and this way I can have Gene just mow it, be done. And we can just use that big piece of equipment for bridges and stuff like that.
Is that useful? I mean, is that skid steer more useful, or is it something in the future you may want to put on bids?
Maybe something in the future I may want to put on bids. I mean, a riding lawnmower might even work better for field bridges. So you can get down in there because skid steer will shut off whenever angled, so it's hard to get in.
And hauling that skid steer around takes a lot more fuel and time and,
The only other thing I can see is if we, went to, start taking that along with the broom so we can clean the bridges off too at the same time.
one thing I will comment, it's off the subject, but you guys have done a good job of cleaning up to the bridges. There were some bridges this spring when, before it was lighting season, there were holes the size of this table, and I mean, if you hit that bridge at any speed at all, that thing was airborne, and so you guys have done a good job. You personally down at, I call it Tom's Bridge, my mom's barn there, that's good. The one by Rodney Wolf's, straight south of the substation, that one got cleaned up pretty well too, and you've done a good job of that, because that takes time to get up to that bridge and work it without hitting the concrete. And so I appreciate the time that you guys are putting in to smooth those out. So, do you have some quotes?
I don't got quotes, I just went through Gooseneck over in Lemon. They had a used one, we looked at it, they were gonna demo it, they kept dying out on us, and I think they wanted $4,500 for
Oh, for a used one that didn't run?
it. Yeah. And then I went down to Runnings, and they were like 43. I went out there to Napa, and they quoted me at 41 for the highest one. Other than that, the one for, let's kind of think what I got.
So he's got 2 of the ZT2s and 1 of the ZT1s sitting out there. Rob talked to me. And the difference is the ZT2 has a heavier transmission.
Okay.
And I've done some research online, and I think I would highly recommend spending the money on a 2.
Okay.
And last year, I went and talked to Rob when Abraham owned the place, and I bought a ZT2 60-inch. And I'll tell you what, that is probably one of the best investments I've ever made. We clean the yard up in half the time, and it's got cold, it's got good power. The blade system is very simple, and I love the thing to death. So, but we've had the zero-turn John Deeres in the past, the Z-Tracks or whatever. They're a great mower, but you're paying for the green paint.
Yep.
And They are and they aren't local. I mean, Gooseneck is all around us, but they are not in Adams County. They do not pay any tax in Adams County. So if you have two local dealers, I guess that's my recommendation. You could have one of those yet today.
Yeah.
So if you wanted one and you felt like it was a viable purchase, you could have one of those today. You know, they're 54 inch,
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
So that's a good size. Like my 60's big. Like if you're gonna be hauling it around and stuff, you probably don't want a 60. But if it's never gonna leave the yard, 60's all right.
Yeah.
But
I've got a couple yet in 07, and I mow between 5 and 6 acres per year, every time I mow. And, I told Dusty, I said I'd never put nothing into that road since I had it, other than filter and oil filter, and not even a belt.
really,
I mean, it's just been really good.
that is good in that many years.
Yeah, and it's still going.
Yeah.
Kohler engine now, we want to.
Yeah.
It's got house up.
Kawasaki or Kohler, that's
Yeah.
kind of some of the different price ranges too.
Yeah, that's your two, right?
Yeah. I haven't had a problem with Kohler either. I always like Kohler.
No, actually, I almost prefer Kohler because they're easier to get parts.
Yeah.
But I do know the older Deers, when I worked there, the Kawasaki's were a good motor too. But they got into a lawsuit, them old F5 25 rear steers.
Yeah.
They misadvertised the horsepower.
Oh.
And it's funny, I'm way off the subject, but we had to do warranty work on a 20-some-year-old mower because this customer got warranty for life or something on this mower because of this misadvertised horsepower lawsuit.
Really?
Yep.
Wow.
Or maybe it was 20 years extra warranty, 10 years, whatever it was. But anyway, I was doing the paperwork on it, and I'm like, this thing's not under warranty. Yeah, sure enough.
Oh.
So what did he give you a quote on RZ2? Is that similar? About the same?
That's similar, yeah, 36 and 41, and that, yeah, there's like, he just kind of roughed through it out there.
Okay.
36.
Where else? At Rob?
Out here.
Yeah, so it's basically
Oh.
just-
I talked to Ben out there, he just kind of threw it out there.
Okay, yeah, Rob said that quote is like literally $100 what their cost.
Yeah.
They don't make much on them, but by the time they pay freight and stuff, but, they can do all the service to them. And I don't know, does Runnings do warranty work on their mowers and stuff? Do they do service? No,
So,
no, okay, so they'd have to go out there for service
Yeah.
anyway. So, I am not partial to either location or whatever. I mean, I just, if that's where your service is, that makes more sense, but,
I just knew they were cheaper than Runnels, so
They
that's
are.
what I was thinking,
Okay.
going out there.
well, if you wanna look through that information, or if you wanna make a recommendation and you wanna purchase, I think, I'm sure it fits in the budget, so we could do it today if that's what you want. You could probably be mowing grass by 4 o'clock today.
Yeah.
You need a motion.
If he picks one, yeah, if he recommends one. I will say this, the ZT2 is probably worth the money, that's what I have, and I don't know, just the research I did online, the transmission is a big deal.
Yeah, that's got the house up. Oh, yeah,
They're Kawasaki?
yep,
Oh, okay, mine don't.
yeah, they both said feature Kawasaki.
Okay, but mine is 60s.
But yeah, I like the ZP too, the 34.
Yeah, you're
Because that bigger
right.
transmission and stuff, yeah.
Yeah, I think they're better off,
Yeah.
especially if you're gonna be going like by the bridges, you've got a big incline, like that.
They need a motion, motion to do RZ2, where we want to supervise or April.
Is April or Barton or Lawford? Is that the cheaper one then?
Yeah.
According to Cole? That's what you're recommending?
No, RZ2 is our RZ.
Yeah, the ZT2 is higher.
Yeah, that's what
But
that's
that's
what
going
I
to
said.
still cheaper than anybody else.
Yeah, we're less cheaper to do noises.
So you're recommending out there in Napa?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
And that's your motion?
That's my motion.
I'll second the motion. Is there discussion? You can just take that out with you, all right? And take that to them, and I'm sure they'll get it ready for you.
Cool.
Any other discussion? I suppose in the future, you're gonna wanna look for a little utility trailer instead of using the car trailer.
Yeah, we're, just doing a bunch of work with the car trailer.
I seen that new car trailer.
Yeah.
Just about lost a wheel, huh?
Yep.
Or a whole axle.
Whole axle.
Yeah, U-bolts, you're putting all the U-bolts on it.
We're completely rebuilding all that.
Oh,
They, put the axles up there, or around so it sits up a little higher so the fenders aren't gonna hit the tires and,
okay.
yeah, we reconfigured it a lot. Just so it's better for us driving.
Sure.
And we put the springs on top of the axles instead of the axles underneath, or underneath them. So yeah, so it should ride better, a little better.
Okay. Yeah. That's a lot of work to do to a, what, 2-year-old trailer?
Yep.
Okay, I've got a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the purchase of the mower? Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carried. Will we chopping grass at midnight?
There you go. Got, we'll get a bill for it, we make them. Good.
Let's hope. Let's hope. I know that guy out there needs money, so he just bought the farm literally. So.
King scrap iron we sold off landfill, and I got some bridge beams and that tank that's out of the shop, and I want to clean that all up.
Yeah.
It's just looks ratty.
Yeah.
So I was hoping cut edges and stuff, saw that. And culverts that are all beat up, that I like to,
Do you have any 48-inch takeouts? Like a piece of old culvert that could be salvaged in good?
48 inch.
Yeah. That's the big one, right?
Yeah.
Nothing. Okay. In Cedar Township, I'm looking for a piece, and I didn't want to buy another whole one just to extend something.
Yes. Anything that they make concrete is what we got, and that's all for landfill.
Used, you know, new ones that size, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what it coming up? Last year was it 40? Or did I get a 36? You loaded it for me.
I know, but I don't remember, I loaded a lot.
You have 48 steel out there, right?
Yes.
Oh, that's what I
Yes.
thought. I'm sure it was the biggest
Yeah.
one you got, but okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, no, I think in the past we've just contacted Robertson's and they come and pick it up, usually if we have it sorted and ready to load, and
I think Josh contacted them last year,
They
and
still didn't come.
came. And I think Nash contacted them before that, and nobody came.
Okay.
So I was just sitting there with Baker.
Yep.
Coming out here, and they said they could take that fuel tank out, because that's empty now, so
Okay. Is that scrap? It's not worthy of trying to,
I don't know what we would do with it.
does it leak?
I think the fittings leak, but other than that,
Maybe we should bid it out.
we could.
It's how big again? Is it a 10?
I think it's 9 or 10, yeah.
I think you bid it out. But it's as is where it is, no, you know, I mean, but it held fuel.
Yeah.
I think it's worth more than scrap iron probably.
Yeah.
You know, I think that would be something to bid on. You know, not to be greedy or anything, but I think I think it's viable to sell it, you know, instead of scrap it, so. Because I think things like that, I've seen it over and over again. You go to the scrapyard and they turn around and sell
That's-
it. You know, I mean, you know, some of them might chop it up, but a lot of them are probably going to sell it. And if nothing else, somebody might want to make calf shelters out of it or something. But I think if you open it for bids and you just fairly advertise no known leaks in the actual tank, fittings do leak, you know, as is where it is.
Sell the pump with it, do that?
No.
I don't think we're gonna use it.
Yeah.
I mean, we've had problems with it, we just worked on
Is it an old fill right pump or what is it?
it. It's like a gas station pump.
Oh, okay. Yeah, put it on bids. Yeah, it's one unit.
Yeah.
If they don't want the pump, we'll scrap the pump. But I think you'd be surprised just what that tank will bring.
Okay.
You know, you watch guys go up in the oil field and get old used tanks, and there's been thousands on them, and so, I think it'd be a shame to scrap it if it holds you.
It's empty all the way to the bottom.
It's got maybe 150 gallons in it, if that, because the tank leaks so bad, it's all over there, and we can't get anything to pump out, so we'd have to straighten it out, try to clean it out, that's good, but.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to put in, there has to be removed by a certain date, and then if it doesn't, we'll scrap it. But I think give somebody the opportunity to bid on it, you know?
Alright.
So, yeah, no, that's what I would recommend, but I have no problem calling Baker. I mean, if you wanted to give the locals one more chance, they're technically, I don't know if they still are in business out here, if it's all in Dickinson, but that's your call. It's scrap iron, it's just cleaning up junk. Cedar Township might be interested in some of the beams if you've got I-beams. Yeah. Good, are they clean I-beams or?
They use wood with it.
Yeah, they're fairly straight though.
Fairly,
Some of them,
Yeah.
some of those, I don't.
You looked at it too, yeah. We got some low water crossings we'd like to build and so, yeah, if you're just gonna scrap them, maybe the township would come make an offer or something. So, you could stop out one day when it's raining and you're in the area, but.
I just want to clean everything out.
Yeah, well, absolutely. Let's get rid of the mess and, you know, gotta move that stuff so you can mow it every day you mow it.
Yep.
You gotta watch the whole merge line too.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a bunch there, but there's some there.
That's probably worth keeping around though.
Yeah, I mean, we got that one over by Haynes over there, we throw some on there.
Yeah.
When that flooded real bad.
I know every time Mitch Miller would bury something in the mud, he would come get some bridge plank to get it out. Yeah.
I just did get an application this morning. 19-year-old, just fresh on, he graduates Sunday. I think he'd be worth training, local, here in town. What I know, he works hard.
You know, these are the kind of kids that might end up being here longer than the rest of us. They might be here 30 years, you know, I mean,
That's what I'm trying to get some of these younger kids in here, and I think that's what we're gonna need. He doesn't have a lot of experience on everything, but
yeah,
he trains sometimes, it's the easiest to train. They don't got all the bad habits.
got a viable,
Driver's
driver's license?
Yep.
Well, I guess I would recommend, doing an interview and, if you would like a commissioner to sit in on the interview, one must be willing. But if you guys want to interview and, probably should come up with a fair starting probationary salary or hourly. You know, especially an 18, 19-year-old kid, or you know, full-time, I suppose there's benefits, everything, so are you thinking starting like a $15, $16 an hour to start? I mean, with benefits, that's still a pretty good job, but that's probationary, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, he just turned down a job for 18, but he was hoping to get this one.
You know,
I'll wait and see what happens here, you know? Because he would have to drive the ball. And I was like, well, they're not saving the money that way.
I guess the only thing I caution, and I'm not trying to lowball anybody or anything like that, is you gotta be fair to your current employees.
Yep.
You know, so you go hire a kid right out of school, and if it's comparable to them, that's probably not fair either, but at the same time, we wanna be attractive to employees, and we don't wanna, you know, but based on experience,
I don't think 18 is that bad, it's hard to get, if 18 at the university, that's.
Yeah. that's not bad.
I've heard like 18, 19, something like that.
You know? Yeah, that's, I mean, I guess if he takes all the benefits, that's a very good starting wage, but I guess I'm not against it, I just, Yeah, you're still what, probably 3-4 under your lowest paid,
So,
so. Yeah, I don't know, maybe 18th competitive, I guess, yeah.
yeah, I'll check when we get to another interview.
Yeah, we need the bodies though, too. You know,
Yeah.
Even if you can't jump in a blade and run a blade right away kind of thing, I mean, there's a lot of other things to do, so. There's, rotation in the dump grounds or
Yeah.
something like that too, but, yeah, no, I'm excited to have an applicant, especially a local, and, so. Let us know if you need somebody to sit in or if you want to schedule an interview. And,
Yeah, that'll probably be, you know, one of the next week after you graduate and stuff.
Sure.
This is still in school, so.
Yeah,
But,
I know for sure. Okay, yeah, I'm stay in touch with him and get something scheduled, and one of us gladly sit in if you need us. So.
Yeah.
Cool. What else we got?
I think that's through the list. I think that's everything that I know of.
Well, I think you guys are doing a good job out there. Everything, you guys are getting things cleaned up. You're, I guess if there's anything we can do to help make a team out of it,
Yeah.
we're willing to do that, because I think we just need to work together, and things are gonna be way more efficient that way. But, we just need direction, everybody's gotta follow the same set of rules. Whether they're in the office or out in the blade or whatever, everybody's gotta follow those rules, everybody's gotta communicate, and,
That's the big thing, communication.
that's about any work area. If you have an environment where everybody's communicating well, you're gonna have a very efficient environment. So I guess if there's ways you can improve that, I would recommend working on that. And maybe just simply having a board, for everybody to see with county roads, and like Kevin's idea of printing a map and maybe highlighting parts of the map for these guys and say, this is this week's project. And at the end of the week, do a quick meeting review. Did you get all this done? Okay, well, here's next week's project. Just things you can work towards with that. But the other thing I'll say is the guys want to hear, I think, from the supervisor. It's okay to use the office personnel as a communicator, but when it comes down to direction and stuff, the acting supervisor is where they want to hear it. They'll respect you more for it, so. But yeah, otherwise, we're willing to help any way we can, and we appreciate the work you guys are doing, so. I guess keep it up and let us know if you need us.
All right.
And if you do something like that, make sure you call the voter, because otherwise they'll come back. Oh, I wasn't supposed to do that,
Yeah.
I was not supposed to do that. And one pink one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let them choose their colors.
Yeah.
They want to choose their own ground. But yeah, make sure you communicate with those other townships organized. If we're ending up losing some or whatever, it's a good idea just to stay in contact with them. Let them know you were maybe expecting a map from them, kind of thing. And if they're going a different route, so be it. But welcome to come back anytime they need us. Give us a call, kind of thing. But that's our definite budget revenue. We need to work with all these townships that.
And you said you found a couple drivers for gravel, you said gravel.
Yep, I think,
Same price, Gary Johnson.
Gary Wayne said he would, but he's trying to not get his schedule. He was just in the office before I came over here, so.
I was just talking about the New Cyrus Road, right south of Kilsers. Is that where we ended with gravel? We put some gravel there,
Yeah.
but if you drive it, you'll know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly where you're talking.
Yeah.
That always gravel.
Yeah, it's just like a half mile, or maybe, well, even all the way up to 11 from there.
Yeah,
would be
it
a
has to be
spot
all
where
down to
we'll-
11, yeah.
And And then you would still plan on doing some east of Gravlanes, right?
Yeah.
You guys did clean that up nice, so it made it passable. I was surprised you were able to find enough gravel to make it shape again, but it's better.
Yeah.
But you've got some other areas mapped out for spot
Yeah,
gravel. Okay. Cool.
And I'm hoping, by the end of this month, I'm gonna start throwing gravel.
Now you gotta get your blading done, that's understandable, and if there's some guys that wanna truck gravel for us, I guess great, let's just get caught up, let's get it done, but if not, when the weather dries out, and it's too dry to blade,
Yeah.
there's moisture in that gravel. I've said that for years, you go take it off the pile, there's a reason it's a darker color, because it's holding moisture, so.
It's gonna be muddy after a couple of weeks.
Think so?
I hope so.
I thought it'd be muddy this morning, but, no.
Yeah, we got a little rain up north there yesterday, I got
20 drops.
No, actually, it came down pretty good, but it was like 20 seconds.
By the substation?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I was.
Yep. You got 3 Mile Bridge Road, that turned dry, and going east, it was wetting up just a pat. Like right underneath that layer, it was popping. It didn't even soak through.
I was wondering, because I moved over just east of my mom's there a mile last night, about 7 o'clock. God, I was plugging out that stubble, it was so tough, and I thought, geez, how could it be so tough? But it must have sprinkled there, I mean, the dust is still blowing, but it must have been, the stubble soaked it in a little bit, but sure.
No.
Okay, thank you, Justin.
All right, thank you. All right, anything you guys need, just let me know. Yep.
Will do. I need you to quit drinking that Red Bull. Right here, Bobby water.
Yeah. I like my Red Bull.
It's not for the energy, it's for the taste.
I'm sure it is, but it's not good for the heart.
Yeah. Thank you.
Have a good one. Okay, where are we at with 2024 election
Is
inspector?
someone to talk to him on the phone? You're gonna go out and talk to him?
Oh. I forgot to mention that, thank you.
I think we have to do it
Yeah.
and just like shock him or whatever.
Yeah, because I'll have to read that bill and send it over. Yeah, so thank you for that, I plumb forgot about that. Yeah, okay, election inspector appointment?
It's Luco?
Yep.
I'll move to point Laura Luco as inspector.
I'll second that, is there a discussion? How many years running now? How many years you got?
Has he done it? His first year was 2018.
18. So it's been almost since I've been. Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call a motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Clerk of court funding.
So that's just that funding agreement you guys approved to do a funding agreement with the state again. So it's just the final with the amount.
Okay.
You don't need a motion.
I think you should,
Oh, we should.
because it's got the amount. I had to do a report, so this is what they'll pay monthly for that.
Okay, it's a full blown agreement. I'll entertain a motion to.
I'll move to approve the agreement for clerk of court funding process.
I'll second that. Is there discussion? Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye, motion carries. Okay, I see you printed us budget sheets.
So I did, I handed them out and asked for them to be back, I believe, by Monday. I can't remember for sure now, and so people have been working on them or whatever.
Okay.
Just to keep that in your mind. I think last year in June, you requested everybody to come and discuss their budgets.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could get a presentation next month and just have department heads just give us an overview, I guess.
You don't got them all.
Those are the ones that you guys do.
Oh.
Like, so I handed out the ones
Okay.
from the different departments that they do.
Yeah, these are, what do you call them, non-personal?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think I gave you buildings and grounds. I think that Nathan, I gave it to Nathan.
Good, yeah.
His will have to be revamped quite a bit,
For sure, yeah.
just because it never had things now. I mean, it's now like salaries and retirement and things are just so different with that
Yeah.
one, so.
And he's gonna have to put
Mhm.
equipment requests in. We have bought a snow blower, we bought a, did he ever get anything to spread?
A blower, yep, he got a spreader.
He did get a spreader. I figured he could use that for spreading ice melt in the winter too. Is it just for little carts?
I think it goes behind whatever.
Oh, it's a,
I don't know.
no, we got a sprayer. They need a sprayer
I-
for dandelions. The dandelions were getting out of control and he wanted a sprayer.
Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, it was a sprayer, had running, I think.
Okay.
And, but, yeah, I told him last winter, all the salting and stuff he had to do or sanding on the sidewalks, I said, go get one of the little lawn fertilizer spreaders. I think they would spread ice melt and stuff pretty nice too, because is he out there feeding the chicken by hand doing it, or does he have a,
I mean, here he's got like a thing that he shakes,
yeah,
so yeah.
yeah, well, that would be pretty good, because there's times the whole parking lot needs, paths spread, so, okay. Yeah, so we'll look through our budgets. I guess other than that, we've got preparation for the joint meeting. Just looking through contracts and stuff. I think the city has definite numbers already, after talking to the mayor and such, that they want to bring to us. And I'm sure Krista can attest that Mayor Lindquist has been doing a lot of research. He's been in both the highway department and the auditor's office hours a day at times, I think, trying to get his information. So I'm pretty convinced he's gonna come with some fairly accurate numbers. But I have been in conversation with him about his numbers a little, and I've told him I think there needs to be a little buffer zone. While we're not trying to make money there, you take a dollar amount and you add 1 to 2% to that, and it accounts for maybe unforeseen things, so to speak. But do we have any numbers or anything? Contracts paid, but agreements that we want to discuss before our joint meeting? And he's right, I guess one thing we should discuss a little bit is, they're looking at redoing, so they have like a buyout, which was, what was it, 25,000 or something for the building? If we were ever to terminate our contract?
I believe so.
Yeah, and I think they're looking at completely maybe doing away with that, and he had talked today about doing heated storage rental or something like that, but I do think we need to be prepared to look at different avenues of different ways of looking at that contract, maybe not just, the city's obviously looking at more than just dollars and cents. They're looking at ways to make this contract flow better and to make it more of a long-term contract that now applies to current situation, I guess. And maybe that would be one of them here. Find all that stuff. you know, there was discussion about changing that rate and if we were in our right to do it, you know, without updating the contract or whatever. And it does say in here, you can change your rates,
But they got.
but they have to accept it, they have to agree to it.
I agree, so. And I guess I looked at it, they didn't accept it, because if they would have accepted it, they would have paid it.
And I think when we do change a rate, you know, I think it was probably presented to them. But maybe we actually need to create some sort of a form or something that says, you know, just like a contract, do you agree with this rate? And they should sign it, because let's face it, we're just gonna change the dollar amount and they don't sign off on it, then really what is a contract for? You know what I mean? The contract says that yes, we can change it, but at the same time, there should be maybe a written formal form that says this is the amount. And I would like to see that handled that way in the future, because this would have been completely avoided, any hard feelings or anything over these bills. If there was something presented to the city with a dollar amount in paper and they were to sign off on it, because it was probably presented in paper too, but they didn't necessarily sign off on it.
Right.
Was that in the old 2008 contract? Or no, what was that contract, or should that talk about this building and buying?
I wonder if it's not that entire like larger contract, like the actual setup of the,
Okay, here it goes farther down, isn't it, right? Which probably needs to be, you know, all that needs to really be rewritten in a sense, I guess, as because a lot of that doesn't even apply anymore to the way things are now, or the way they're done.
So my thinking right here, like on Katie's director of equalization, she's got it broken down percentage times, like city getting 9.8%. So we're paying them her wages, 10% of her wages, right? And so 10% of her wages should be equal to 10% of their time. Am I?
right?
I mean, so basically, if they're paying 10% and she's only doing 9.18%, they're overpaying us a little bit. Is that right?
Right.
So I
For
mean,
what she's done so far.
right, for what she's done so far. So if we'll say Krista's, or Nancy's was her time is,
And are they paying 10% of all of Katie's expenses? Is that, I mean, when we look at that?
Katie's salary, phone, supplies,
insurance.
yes, benefits, everything. All the salaries, benefits, supplies, equipment, and phone.
Okay.
So yes, the HSA, the health insurance.
So I think like Nancy's and stuff, I don't got it here. Her percentage was like 30, was it 37, 38? Or no, she had a little bit.
Do we have Nancy Seacrest?
I think it's in the
It
last,
should be.
we don't got her in this one, so
Look maybe in that joint meeting, folder.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of a mess. I
No.
haven't had time to sit and go through it. I've just been throwing stuff in there and then I have to go after I have stuff.
Okay, time tracking for Mayor Lindquist, what we're looking at here.
Yeah. Nancy's time was 39.49%. Chris's was 6.48%. The average was 13% straight across. So according to his figures, they should be, according to this, if you really wanted to break even, they should be paying 3% more on wages
Compared to that 8,500 or compared
to the 10%. Because they got an average time of 13%. And if you take all the employees and they average 13%, and they're only paying us for 10%. And if your wages should go inside the percentage, you follow what I'm saying?
Right, but that 10% is Katie's though, not.
No, that's everybody's.
Yeah, they pay 10% of my office to everybody.
Plus the 8,500.
Yeah.
Okay. But this 8,500, I think we need to clarify that. What is the 8,500 for? Office supplies or?
No, it's for the admin of the water, so it's a portion of Nancy Seacrest's.
So this time that's in this time study, does that include admin of the water time?
Is that written in there?
It doesn't say.
Or she? Oh, yes, you're looking
The average of all these, that's the rest of Katie's, Nancy's, and Nancy's is 13%.
I think that 8,500 should just be included. Everything should just be in a joint contract, if that's where you're going.
That's.
I don't think you should have the joint contract for percentage of time and then 8,500 for that. It should all be, you know, you can add the amount into that contract if that's what you want, but I just don't think they should be paying two different portions.
Right. It'd be a lot simpler.
So they pay 10% of your total office expense? Or just you and just one?
All three of us,
All three.
plus our telephone, supply, and, furniture or equipment.
And so in this average of time, 13%, I see that also includes Katie's though too? or-
Yeah. And they pay, yeah.
Which,
They
right,
pay
that's a
for-
separate contract though too, Katie's.
Right, but they pay for the 10%.
But this, you're getting this 13%, that includes Katie's time though, right? So
Yeah,
we
but
take,
it does, but she's under 10%, so she's 9.7% percentage.
but hers is a whole different contract though. I'm talking about just the auditor's office.
Yeah, it is a different contract.
Yeah.
It's at the same price as 10% of the wage.
It is. So,
There's 10% of her office, it goes to a joint contract, and 10% of my office, plus the 8,500 for my office.
but when you're coming up with this 13% time, that's not just Krista's office, that's both offices.
Right.
Yeah.
That's part of this.
So if you were gonna do percentage of your office, it would actually be less than 10% because it wouldn't have Katie, right? Am I reading this right? I mean,
It'd actually be more, because Katie's under now.
so this is an average of the percent here, because Nancy brings up the average and then Nancy there brings down, this is the average.
So
of
you're
the-
saying Krista's hours, Katie's hours, Nancy's hours, and Nancy's hours are all adding up to 13%, and if you took that out, that percent would go down, because you're missing one whole person's hours. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just, like, so this, where does this 13% come from? These average together? if you had 0.5, 39, 5.6, 6.48, and then you divide that by 4, is that where 13% comes from?
It should.
So the 5.67 at Katie's would come off, lowering the average of 13% is what you're saying?
Would lower it or would it raise it? Kevin makes a good point. I'd have to do the math because does that bring this down considerably? I just want everybody to be on the same page.
Right, right.
The special meeting and maybe I need to sit down with James and do that because if we're talking 2 separate contracts here, even if it is the same amount, we should still do this math separately, I think.
Yeah.
Get a calculator and take Nancy's out, or Katie's out.
Do you guys want me to look at bills before we close?
Yes, oh, yes, please.
Because it's the new one.
It's time, yeah.
And if that's for the item left, I hate for you to wait 45 minutes.
Yeah, no, but we could be doing that while we're doing this too.
I hate these. Fingers getting.
Divided by 4, that's 13%. So if you take 52.18 minus K, 46, divide that by 3, that brings it up to 15.
Right, that's what I said, so they're paying 15%. And they're all. Or no,
We're working 15%.
they're paying
15% of our
10%,
time.
so basically they're 5% behind.
Possibly.
Yeah, it's
According
what
to this math.
according to this math.
You know.
And that's what I was trying to figure out, percentage versus the wages, 10%. So if they're 15% behind there, but then we're 5.7%.
But then you take, so they're paying 10% plus the 8,500.
Right.
But what exactly, that 8,500 is included in here? That time?
It's not.
No, but what I'm saying is what they're paying is, you know, but that time to do that $8,500 worth of work is included in this study. In Nancy's time, that's water bills. That's what that 8,500 is supposed to be for.
Yeah.
So are they actually overpaying still?
Well,
I'd have to do, see, that's where it gets
take
sticky.
8,500 divided by the 46.51%, we'll take that off. You're a calculator, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to add this dollars into this percentage.
Well, if
It's-
you take the 15%, yeah.
So what is their actual cost at 10%? What do they pay? You take 10% of 301.
3,197.36. That's what they actually, that's for all four of them.
Where do you see that number at?
I figured it out.
Wage share, 30,197.
Michelle and I figured it out. We went through each one individual, auditor, audit.
Okay, it's down the bottom there. If you look at City of Henninger cost share, 10%, 30,000.
Yeah, 197.
Yep. So, that's just that. So then you would add 8,500 to that,
Right.
because that's what they pay as well. And it says other, 8,500, so total would be $40,027.26. Would be total what they pay. So now I gotta scratch my brain and figure out what the percentage comes to.
So you take 38,197, or no, we spent 40,000 for the city cost share, with the 8,500 on there.
You know,
So 40,027.
so actually what we need to do is, if we figure it's 15%, take 15% of the 300,000 number, where is that at? At 300,000, because 10%, 10 times 30,000 197 is 300,000.
No, that's already, that is the 10%, that's already.
Yeah, I know, but we wanna figure what 15% of that would be and see if it equals the number they paid plus 8,500, right?
Okay, yeah. So 15%
Of that 300,000, so I'll take 30,197.
times 15%.
Well, first times 10% to get the whole number,
That's
and then
30,187, that's already figured.
yeah, but I want the beginning number. 30,000 is 10% of the beginning number. So 30,197, 0.26 times 10, because we're undoing that 10%, is 301,972. That's what her office costs for employees. So if you take that times 15%, would equal 45,295.89. So they're paying 30,000 plus 8,500, so they're paying 38,000, about 700, 38,700, and it probably should be 45. At 15%, it should be 45.
Well, he's got it down here with 30,000 at 10% of the total, plus 1,300 for supplies they paid, plus the 8,500 comes to 40,027,
Yeah.
or 26 cents.
But I just took 50, instead of a 10% cost, say we take Katie's number out of there, then we're up to 15%, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then I took 15% of the original number instead of that 10%. Because 10% of the wage comes to 30,197. 15% of the wage comes to 45,295.89. Or did I already, no, did I add that 8,500?
The 8,500 is figured in on 15%, I don't know. I'm getting confused here.
Okay, I'm going to buy them.
Okay, we're just crunching numbers. so
Yep.
Nothing, there's no motions made. Okay, well, I'll start from the beginning here.
Here's score one.
So, take that times 10. So the total cost of the auditor's employees is 301,972.60. Okay? We're there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now we figure that that's the total cost,
Right.
and we're gonna take that times 15%. If we're doing 15%, because once we take Katie's number out of there, we're doing 15% of that office. Because Nancy is at 39%, and the other Nancy is at 0.5, and Chris is at 6.8. Okay, so I'll take that times 0.15. It comes to 45,295.89. Okay, so that's just what the salary at 15% would be. Okay, so then you would add, if you look, they've got equipment and supplies, and plus the 8,500. Well, the 8,500 is already tacked on or accounted for in the time study. So I'm not concerned about that number. But the equipment and supplies is 1,330. So you could add 1,330 to that, which would come to 6, come to about 46,625.89. And currently they pay $40,000.27. That's at 10% plus the 8,500.
Yeah, it's 40,000.
You know, so at 15% and not accounting for the 8,500 because we're already accounting for that time in the time study in the 15%, it comes to about 46,625.89.
Right.
Now, I don't know if James, when he put this together, was accounting for Katie being a separate contract or not. I
I don't think he was.
Yeah.
I think he just took the total.
Yeah.
That's what they paid.
And that's why we need to work together with them on it, because everybody, you know, is gonna do the math in a different way, and things are gonna be accounted for differently, but,
Katie's at 10%, right?
her contract's at 10, it looks like she's putting in 9%, so that's splitting hairs, that might give you that 1% here or there anyway, but. Does that make sense to you, Chris, if I?
It does, but I mean, she will be having more city work when she starts discussing houses.
Yeah, but now that's her contract though, so if we're just talking the contract for your office,
Okay.
so I'll just go through this with you. I start with your costs of employees is $301,972.60.
Okay.
Okay, the city is currently paying 10% of that, plus the 8,500.
Okay.
So the 10% of that comes to the 30,197.26, plus there's some equipment and supplies, and then there's that 8,500. Well, that $8,500 is the waterworks stuff, right?
Yep.
Which is included in the time study time.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So your 10% plus your 8,500 comes to 38, what did we say, Kevin? It was, I didn't write that part down. It was, well, actually I can, $40,000 is what they're currently paying, $40,020. Okay, so if we go back to your original expense, because when we take Katie's time out of here, because she's a separate contract, it's 15%. So if we take 15% times your original 301,972, we come up with a 45,295.89. And then you add on your 1,330 for your equipment and supplies or whatever, and it comes to 46 something. But there should be no need for that 8,500 because that time is figured into the time study.
Right.
I just want to make sure we're kind of on the same page with accuracy. So reasonably, our number for your department at 15%, if the city agrees that 15% is accurate, is in the ballpark of $46,600 and some dollars. I mean, I'm using Mayor Lindquist's math, and I'm using your time tracking, and I think with Katie's time, I think it's inaccurate because I don't think he accounted for her being a separate contract.
I don't either.
But
And you could call him on that, because he has us, and he could probably easily change it.
I'm gonna definitely visit with him before our meeting and stuff, and just, because I want everybody to kind of be on the same page, and at least somebody from both organizations to come, you know, with maybe some shared numbers. And maybe
And that's why I prefer to have them bring that to us.
Yes. Oh, and he's done an excellent job.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, because he might come and say, oh, 50.
No.
Then what do we do?
Yeah.
We don't want to take 50.
But, you know, I mean, we talked about maybe a 1% variance or something too, but, you know, I mean, that's $500 at 1%, almost. It's almost 1,000 at 2%, so you'd be at like 47.6 or something, you know, then a 2% variance. But yeah, no, I'm gonna talk to him about that and just relay how he came up with those numbers, you know, minus Katie's time. And it sounds like she's fairly spot on, if it's 9 point something and we're paying 10.
Right, he can. You aren't going to get it perfect.
There's, as I stated, there's no way to get this perfect. The only way to possibly do it is to have separate payrolls and separate everything, and then we're not saving anybody any money, you know, because the city would have to have their own employee and, you know, right?
No, yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah. I'm good without a soda.
Christie, you want soda or something?
No, thank you.
I used my cards at Chris's bars today.
Oh, yeah?
They were good. What's on there? It's obviously chocolate, peanut butter, and pie crust or something? Or
No,
what's it
it's like homemade, like a crust or
Yeah.
whatever, flour, salt. I don't remember what's all in it. That caramel layer has got a lot of stuff in it.
Okay.
I mean, it's like Karo syrup and brown sugar and sweet condensed milk and cream and.
Okay.
I didn't realize that Sunday when I got home from the lake that I actually had to sit and boil that caramel till it reached 236 degrees. I'm like, why did I choose these? But,
Should just make M&M cookies.
yeah.
And went to bed, yeah.
Yeah.
No, they're really good.
Thanks.
You definitely. There's peanut butter in it?
Nope,
No?
no peanut butter.
Oh, I thought that's why they get so soft.
No, that caramel layer that you cook to whatever temperature so it don't get hard, but it
Yeah.
don't stay
Oh, okay.
so soft, is how that is.
Yeah. The first one was much firmer than the second, so they're definitely getting softer.
I suppose.
But definitely good. Oh, do we have an employee offer and maybe the job description for?
I did open it, so.
So they must have turned the heater on.
Heat?
On that pot.
Oh,
Oh my gosh.
it's hot.
Yeah,
That's gonna.
I don't know if I drink that.
Oh, right.
I feel like you're gonna be.
You guys have told me that this John Deere didn't run good up there. That doesn't set a good example when you take a demo out and it doesn't even.
Right.
I don't see like a job description. I thought we had put together a job description. Well, that's-
Oh, that's what you're thinking.
That way before it gets mangled.
It's just college.
Didn't we have an actual job description somebody typed up for the employee of highway department?
Well, we probably have one,
We do.
Yeah, is it in the town?
Yeah.
but it probably just isn't that.
Cause it's what stated that there was X amount of time
Yep.
spent in the field and in the office, right?
Should have.
What would that be, under agreements and contracts too, or employment opportunity?
Which one is?
Try that.
The highway department's, the,
Superintendent?
no, the office manager. Do I need to sign the lead officer thing too? Did she drop off her sign one?
I think so.
I think I need to sign it
Okay.
again, because we have to redo that.
Excuse me.
agreement. Office manager maintenance order.
Found it?
Yeah.
What was it under?
It's under, employment opportunities. Fifteen items in there, employment opportunity, with the bottom left one.
Yeah.
It does say 40 hours a week, right? I was thinking maybe it was supposed to be 36.
No, I think we. Description. going down.
Was there a motion to approve overtime? There was.
When Josh was here.
That's what I thought.
They sort of delicious first, but I can see you don't want to be.
Perform backup functions for the city of Pettigrew and city of Reader Public Works functions to include meter reading
What's that?
under the duties, examples of duties.
Yeah.
She's really the one doing the damn thing for the city and here, she's supposed to be the bad guy. How would she like that if I highlighted that and put it under the produce and maintain compliance. I thought it was presented as like 50-50 operator though.
%50 office management, 50% maintenance, it's right on top.
There it is, okay, I'm down there in the duties and, sure. Sure it is. Okay. Then the other one I was looking at was for our, emergency manager. That should be in there too, or
It should be.
description, you know. And we would have a copy of the offer he got or whatever.
And we do, and that's gonna have to be changed a little bit too, because he'll have to send a new one, because it was a combined role when he signed this last
Yeah.
time. And now, so you'll have to have him sign a veteran service one, and the new hire, the
Okay.
emergency manager one.
Could you, it doesn't have to be today, but could you email me a copy of, and maybe that's in here, I wanted to take, no, his offer wouldn't be.
His offer wouldn't be in there, it would be in his file.
I would like a copy of that so I can maybe edit that, and if we are interested in offering it to, well, first we have to open the position, I guess, so we need a motion to advertise that.
Well, you do, but I don't know what we're really advertising.
Emergency manager.
Well, I understand that, but are you giving hours, what are you doing with it? Like, is it gonna be the same as what's in there, like look at the emergency manager ad?
I think
Is that what it's gonna be?
be the same as what we.
Part-time salary. Yeah, that's, I wanna go with the exact thing, same we offered him, because I believe it was more than the past one was making.
Mhm.
And, he's got some experience, but I think for the most part, we would take exactly what we offered him and offer it to somebody else. But I don't wanna have this conversation about cell phones every month and all this other stuff that we were doing before. So I would like to update that employment agreement to have all this stuff in there so that when that starts happening again, it's like, here's the agreement, this is what it is, Because I feel like she did a great job.
She did.
Hands down, great job. But this commission spent a lot of time going over and over and back and forth over cell phones and things like that.
So
So are you making a motion for me to advertise that job?
You know, people,
I think we should,
yeah, I'll move with the advertise for emergency management.
I'll second that. Is there a discussion? Any discussion? And I guess you'll advertise it as the current description and as a part-time salary or whatever.
Should I do ACR, I do Candy C?
Website?
Okay.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carried. So, if you're all right with that, I'll look through the offer that we gave tonight, and I'll get it ready to offer it to the next applicant, and then I'll show it to you guys before it's, before we do any interviewing or any kind of offering.
Must be allergic to each other.
Maybe it's the bars we just ate.
That could be.
Put in them.
Would you like some?
You'll find out in about an hour, actually, folks, so we'll put
Not to be crude. My wife says to me yesterday, she says, how many times do you think you number two in the field? A year. I said, more than you want to know, dear. She's been running the tractor all year, so she'll find them all.
You should have said, well, how many times do you?
Yeah.
And then when she answered, you said, well, I guess I'm off, so.
Yeah. I think it was a rhetorical question, right? I wasn't sure she really wanted to know the answer.
I wonder why she come up with that question to start with.
Must be time to retire from the profession. My head is starting to fall apart.
So I got a question. Kenny Brent, and I'm just throwing this out. Nathan was hired to take care of the snow removal, why are we still hiring Kenny?
What do we pay him to do?
Snow removal. 200.
I think that, don't you guys still have him doing, did you still have him doing some before you had a snowboard? I don't know about that.
I'm just asking, it's right there.
When did Nathan take over, right in the fall, or
I
was it?
think October, November.
And I don't know what he's doing, if he's doing the sidewalks or doing the. Parking lot or what.
That's quite a bill, though, isn't it? For one scrape above that. I don't remember patching the grass though, either this year. No. I'll get old Nathan before we leave today and ask him about that.
Because I thought that was supposed to be part of his service.
Well, he's not doing a different parking lot or anything? I mean, that was just for around the courthouse, or?
I don't know, just as rentals or snow removal. I would think it'd be for the parking lot too.
Well, I
The
know.
parking lot's done by the shop.
Yeah, there was some scuffle about that.
Because they thought that was Nathan's job
Yeah.
to clean, but he didn't have anything to clean it with.
I don't know what they honestly expected him to do, go out there with his little walk line, snow blower and do this whole parking lot. I think,
No, I don't expect that, I'm not saying.
not you, that they like refused to help him. And I had to contact them and let them know that, the highway department was still responsible for the parking lot.
They bring Bobcat and do it.
Well, he wanted to go to the Bobcat one
They
day,
use a city loader, I believe.
and they wouldn't let him take it. It was getting petty.
Yeah. Someone offered to do my job, I'd be glad to.
Which one?
Any of them. Hey, if you're willing to do it, go for it.
I bet you're trying to get rid of one of your jobs.
No. I'm just saying it
Right. In general.
in general.
You got that John Deere ready to make hay?
I'll tell you. If anybody wants to do it for me, as long as I get anything along with that. That's what I tell my wife about. Equal rights too. Anytime you don't do any job, then you can just go for it.
Right.
I'm not prejudiced.
Does the record send you a subscription renewal on your subscriptions up?
I think so.
I got a question, Crystal. Maybe you can answer. Blue Cross Blue Shield, how can they change your policy in the middle of the time?
They do amendments.
I know, but how, is it legal?
I don't know why.
Well, because I was on one of my drugs and stuff, for my allergies, and I changed it to a formula.
Oh.
And now I'm gonna be probably paying more, and I'm wondering, well, how the heck can they change that if we're on?
I feel like
I
they
can
do what they want.
Well, I know they can do what they want,
But why can they do whatever they want? I get what you're asking, because it irritates me to know that too.
because, yeah, because I can see them doing it, but not until your anniversary date, which is what, January now?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I get that, but they shouldn't be able to change it in the middle of the season. I mean, a contract's a contract.
I suppose until someone fights it.
Well, I'm guessing if they're doing it to me, they're doing it to our whole. Contract.
Yeah.
They using their new vehicles yet, or have they done?
No, I think we're still waiting for that, technology put in, I think, so. They got most everything they need, but I think they were gonna do the radios and something else in there. I think that's supposed to be done by the end of the month here. So, otherwise they're just sitting there looking pretty by the road.
This must be the sheriff's department.
Fuel.
Well, change. Oil changes.
I don't know, imagine the highway department should be doing their own, but it's coded, 4211.
That's the sheriff's department.
Okay. Are they still short a couple staff members at the sheriff's department?
Yeah, I think they just hired one.
Did they?
Yep.
Local kid right out of high school?
Yep. Who's the gentleman that moved here, was a plumber, was gonna keep plumbing?
Oh. You decided to be a deputy, so he's gotta go to school?
You didn't let him walk, he worked for Collins.
I don't know.
I heard the plumber did, that it was. Maybe not the best hire, or?
I
How's Nathan today? Good. Take, we're in the commission meeting yet, but I was just gonna ask you a question. We have a bill for snow removal yet for Kenny. Is he still doing the sidewalk?
Well, the last storm they had through there, yeah. I told him that I didn't need him unless I was sick or laid up. So why he came down and did it again, I have no idea.
I was gonna say, so we have a bill for five $200 at least snow removals, or six? 5 or 6 of them, yeah.
I don't think he did it that many times.
Yeah,
He
it's,
only did it like 2 or 3 times.
I think that's what we did, Chris. Did I sign it? They intended not to. Yeah, here's the dates. It's 11/27 of 23, 12/15 of 23, January 8th of 24, February 12th, 24, March 25th of 24, and 1/18 of 2024. Yeah.
I have no idea why I told him more than once.
Yeah, and I thought I had told him as well that we had you doing it, so.
I'm not going to tell you.
Is it possible he even did it 6 times? I mean, obviously he's got the dates, but.
I don't remember him counting how many times. Maybe he did it when I didn't notice. I have no idea. I didn't think it snowed that much.
And is this literally one pass on the sidewalk out there?
Yeah.
Oh, I need to get to town with my skid steer. Okay.
How do you written notice?
Yeah, I don't know, I guess we pay it and then do we just send him a written notice that services are no longer needed, or?
I suppose, I mean, verbal don't seem like it's getting through. I mean, but I thought it'd be kind of nice if.
To have a backup.
Or something.
Yeah. Well, what are the odds? What are the odds we just contact one of the other guys to do it then, if in need, you know? I guess if we're gonna continue to get billed, I guess maybe we should just work with the auditor's office and just send a notice saying, thank you for the services, they're no longer needed.
Yeah,
But,
hopefully that'll get through to him.
well,
I don't know why he's doing it.
well, and if we have that on file, then we won't pay the bill any longer if it does get done, so, obviously, but.
I
Okay.
mentioned to Kristen before, during this winter, I said, you know, the girls, there's, skid steer tracks, it's like, I know, he came and did it again, it's like, he knows not to do it, but
Okay.
supposed to be paid. Yeah.
I guess when you send a bill for that much and you get paid right away, yeah, why don't you, when you get time, work with the auditor's office on just sending a letter saying thanks for the service, it's no longer needed. So, but I guess we'll discuss the bill and figure out to or not to from there, I guess.
It seems like a lot of times, I thought it was only like 20.
Yeah, well, the one says for 3024, so in 100 years, he's gonna come back and, hit it on, March 25th. So. All right, thanks, Nathan. Yep, bye. All dressed up and nowhere to go?
Where to go? I just wanted to check in with you guys. I'm taking off.
We did have a quick question about, a, contract question, I guess, with the city.
Okay.
So when we voted to, change the highway department, rate or whatever, it says in the contract, that we can do it up to 3 times a year, but how does it say, Kevin, it requires agreement, or both parties need to agree?
They gotta agree to it.
Sure. Well, I think in the future, and maybe in the past, to do that, should we not have a written form, like you have to sign this saying you agree to this amount, or?
You should do an addendum to the contract.
Okay, so without that, truly the contract, or truly this change to where we just go into their meeting and say, went from 29 to 45, thank you, really is not a legitimate change to that contract, right, or to that agreement?
Do you rent any land?
Exactly, that's, yeah, no, exactly.
So
We sign a
basically,
contract, that's your agreed upon rate, right?
Yeah.
And these contracts, to my knowledge, they're all supposed to be reviewed yearly, right? So we lock that rate in for that year. Now, if for whatever reason the parties want to agree to a change, for whatever reason, it doesn't matter, then the contract allows for an addendum to be submitted upon agreement by both parties. Until that, if they are unwilling to agree to it, right, then the contract rate remains the same. When the contract is then renegotiated the next year, you say, look, costs of salaries have gone up, insurance has gone up, gravel's gone up, fuel's gone up, we can't do this for less than 45 or whatever, right? And they say either, okay, you have come in and presented a good case and a rational basis for your raise in rates, so we will agree to that. Or they say, go pound sand, we're gonna do it ourselves, we don't wanna do this contract. And then you say, okay. But the whole point of a contract is to set a rate moving forward, right? And so, that's my position.
That's kind
so
of.
basically what you're saying, that when we give them that price, and they didn't agree to it, because obviously they didn't pay for it, we couldn't legally do it. We can't legally charge them for
I
it.
don't believe we are entitled to charge them for that amount.
That's what
And
I
they are
thought.
not obligated under our existing contract to pay that.
That's what I thought. That's all.
Yeah, no, I think we were agreeing, but we just, wanted to hear the legal side of it, that, obviously it should have been done on paper. We should, like you said, an addendum or something, just whether it's even 2 lines that say,
And I think that could be a resolution by a joint resolution, if we want to talk structure. It could be a joint resolution by the county commission and the city council that the chairman of the commission and the mayor sign, right? That say on such and such a date, it was discussed in commission, at such and such a date, it was discussed in city council, and the parties hereby agree that the rate for 2024 for the contract shall change to X, right? This will only last the duration of this contract this should only last the duration of the contract. Nice and simple, mayor signs it, you sign it, done. And it should also be in the minutes of the commission meeting and the city council minutes that it was discussed.
accepted. Yeah, okay. Yeah, pretty simple, okay.
That's how I thought it was supposed to be.
Sure.
You have anything for us?
No, when are budgets due?
We would like some sort of presentation in June, if you could kind of.
Well, I submitted it. I didn't know exactly where it's at, so I sent Chris and sent it to you for distribution to everybody. It's my proposed budget, comparables of other counties, and about a 5-page letter explaining some food for thought, I can certainly come in and present, and then after that.
Well, if you want to maybe be on the agenda in June, if you're
We'll
available.
sure do that.
Yeah, I mean, just that way we can.
What's the date in June?
Six, yeah, it's equalization, so be a long meeting.
And BNSF.
Yeah, so we'll get you in anywhere between 7 AM and midnight, probably.
So, I do have National Calendar that day, so I'll be here.
Oh.
But we can do it, I mean, I'll have everything ready for National Calendar the day before, so we can do it in the morning. Of course, I have National Calendar at 11, and depending on what happens between now and then.
I'm gonna try and do slots of like 15 to 20 minutes per department head. That way we just keep it fairly brief. We'll have the information in advance in our tablets so we can look at it. You can come in and present for 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes of questions, and hopefully that way we can keep it somewhat brief, but we have about 6 of them to do, I suppose, yeah.
I think starting time is anywhere from either, if it's 15 minutes, 9 to 10, you know, so that would be over at 10:30 or so, if I needed to. And then after 1, I'm free, so it's not me, whatever.
That, we should be able to squeeze it in.
I thought you were trying to get an hour and a half time slot. I'm like,
No. I'm just saying that those are my free.
Hour and a half in the morning and an hour and a half in the afternoon, too.
I'm sure as heck, hope we're not talking about the budget that long.
Yeah, no.
Because if we are, things have gone horribly sideways.
I hope not, we really don't want to listen to you.
Yeah, it was a 3-hour presentation, this might Wallace. Fair enough. No, we'll just, if you confer with her between now and June and try to find 15-20 minute slots and we'll make it work.
Is there anything else?
I don't think of any other legal questions. I'm gonna come to you with another.
I spoke with Dorothy Becker about that this morning.
Okay, yes.
I don't believe it involves anything that we have to be worried about.
No, okay. Okay, sorry, I was gonna call you the other day.
Okay.
Got after hours and she contacted you. Okay. Perfect. Yeah, other than that, I guess I got probably another employee offer in the near future. We'll be discussing. Have you helped me drop something?
The only other thing that I would ask is do you guys know when and this is maybe more a question for Jordan, but when auction is gonna be here, the bids are going out for the vehicles?
No, when I talked to him at the city meeting the other day, he still had not determined that, I don't think, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I myself am interested.
Yeah.
So, I suppose that's maybe appropriate for a meeting, but just curious. As a citizen.
Here,
it might
check.
be interesting to try and coincide with whatever they decide they want to sell at the shop. And having one.
Put a list together.
Yeah.
Are you interested in 10,000 gallon fuel tank?
I'm not.
Because then Explorers are hard on gas.
Right.
You know, you can split that sucker up right by Kennedy's there.
That's true. I'm hoping for something that I heard that one of the vehicles isn't supposed to leave town, so I'm just gonna get that one. That way I won't have to use my gas.
Who is that supposed to leave town? Not Road or what?
It was just, so there was a controversy about it.
Oh,
You just be able to see.
you mean the pickups or something?
Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, whatever. you do.
I thought the 2 Explorers would be.
I thought he was gonna pick up as well. I'll try to make up the cost, but,
I think just the 2 Explorers.
okay.
But anyway, yeah, I get it.
Well, I understand the commission is very sensitive about vehicles traveling outside of the county.
It can leave town.
Okay, just not another county. Anyway, I was thinking for it.
I heard there's like 37 kilos of something in the back. Is that what you're interested in?
Well, if you invest in that.
Yeah. Gonna have a little fun with it.
Good investment for a little while.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, if there's anything else, guys, just call me, and, I'll be on the road, so.
Safe travels. Thanks, Eric. Kansas City Highway Patrol right here. It's a good one.
Yeah. So what we got going on 6, we got equalization.
Equalization hearing. And then we have, BNSF.
So they wanted to present at one of our meetings.
Yeah, and so we need to have everything done bills, everything paid by 2 o'clock. Is that when they're coming? It's 2 o'clock, right? It wasn't 3 o'clock?
So do the mayor and I need to meet with him prior to this, or is? No. Because I thought that was kind of talked about, like there was gonna be a,
The fly-in, just for that meeting. They're here at 2 o'clock, so all business has to be done by 2 o'clock.
is this, what's the name? I want to say wrong off, who's the president of the railroad?
I don't know who it is.
Oh, who drew the name, Buffett, Warren Buffett, right?
Well, he owns it,
Yeah.
I don't know if he's president, but he owns it. That's what I heard.
I didn't think it was like owned by one individual, or maybe it was.
I think he bought it now.
We boycotted most of his bills.
I know, I just told him off, because this is a.
Yeah, we also went from 1 to 3 instead of 2, so.
Wait, Bill Kevin, so I don't know.
W. Jones.
So
Good.
I assume we just need to pay this snow removal bill, or? We have cameras on the front sidewalk? I suppose, no.
I need to advertise emergency management. Lots of bills this month.
Oh, here's a bill. Use city loader to move labeling. $42.
So what do we get again for blading? Without me looking? Should be an hour,
I don't have that memorized. It's changed 3 times in the last 2 years. What is this bill for science solutions? 2.25 by 24 foot.
Is that the size of the
Oh,
shelves?
the Telespar, okay. That's the poles or whatever.
Oh, okay.
So what, do you think of back on us, or what's gonna happen with this Black and Wood road? That's a tough spot to be in, because we applied for this grant. So, you know, I felt like when we applied, that we committed to the project already, because why would we apply for government funds if we weren't gonna commit to the
Right.
project? And,
Well, we're not doing nothing with the country club over,
well,
or else we can mill it. Because we did budget 400 for that, for 24,
forward.
this year. We really do nothing with that one. So can't we use that for a different road?
Well, I mean, we can for sure, we use the budget how we want, but I mean,
We're only gonna need, well,
but do we want to postpone that project either, you know, I mean, we weren't, I guess we budgeted for it because we also applied for those funds and we needed some matching funds for it. But at the same time, I mean, we gotta prioritize. Do we want to keep patching out there on the black and blue? And, you know, do we have any intentions of ever putting another lift on it? It sounds like the base is just crap underneath. So I don't foresee ever wasting any money on putting a chip seal back on it. So do we patch it and get by for a couple of years and let people have their chip seal until there's nothing left of it? Or do we just
I'd
bite the
say,
bullet?
I myself think we should just do it like the bullet.
No? I personally feel we applied for the grant, that was our commitment to do it, you know? And
So we just didn't figure out doing it that quick, but I guess it don't really matter, so we quit.
well, I kind of really was skeptical about ever putting it in there if we weren't 100% sure we would have in that priority anyway, you know? I mean, because truthfully, again, would we have gotten our second choice or our first choice if we didn't have that easy out for the state to give us our third choice, or? But it doesn't matter now, it's a done deal. So is the highway department taking care of their own bills and payroll and everything to the extent that they should be? Or is your office still doing more of it? Because we do have a full-time employee out there that is also getting overtime, from my understanding. So is there more that they could be doing to prepare bills that come in to your office?
No, they mark all their bills on where they want it to come out of.
So they're handling theirs just like the sheriff's department would, or anybody else?
Yeah.
Might put it in the spot here.
No, I think they do, they're fine with the bills.
$20 to walk over here, right? Or it might be a lot there,
Is that what?
lot over here. Which might be a little less than that.
They charge you double?
No.
What these you have,
Yeah, I haven't even got to see it yet.
there's a picture on Facebook.
Oh,
Well, I
yeah,
saw it.
that's all I got to see too. We were gonna go visit in the hospital and we got busy with, farming.
I don't know, Dusty, I think you should, just, start the shop here, need it for everybody.
Yeah.
I can't believe it's hard to, like, geez, I think for 220.
Yeah, I probably should have got together with Eric and guy could have made a heck of a living, well, look at Dalton Elmer's had a position open over there for almost a year, about 6 months. But he's being so picky. He wants just a perfect self-sustained mechanic or whatever. But he's offering like big money. I can't remember what he was offering, like, was it a salary of $90,000 or $80,000? Which, I mean, you guys gonna make that for him
Right.
easily in 6 months, but I don't even know what Dalton's shop rate is, but
I don't either. I just can't understand why they need that.
you know, when I started at John Deere in 2011, they were $89 an hour. And within months of me being there, they went to 100.
Yeah.
And then a couple months later, our corporate service manager come down to inform me they were going to, I think, 115 or something. And I said, you mean to tell me and I've been there like 6 months, 8 months. I said, in less than a year's time, you've gone from 89 to 150, which is probably the smallest jump, 58 cents. But his argument was, yep, things just, it costs more to run these shops and this and that. And I looked at him and said, okay, how much more are these mechanics? Well, we'll evaluate that at the end of the year. I said, well, then why don't you evaluate your shop rate at the end of the year? I said, and it's just like, and, those guys did not get but $1, I think. And it just irritated me. But now I think it's in the vicinity of $200 an hour, I think. No?
I think they're 220.
No way.
I think so. I see they're looking for a salesperson, also service man.
Have you been for sales?
Yeah.
No.
I think they're looking for 3 positions in Rockland.
If I can do it myself, I do it.
Right. Well, you need knowledge and tools.
Problem is, I don't have the information, the access that they have, you know what I mean, to the computers and stuff, and there's so much that goes into that anymore.
So I see like their signs, whatever their sign bill,
You know,
they don't have a sign budget. They opened up a new budget line item.
they're just creating their own, whatever line item.
And I suppose if they said here, I mean,
Isn't that supposed to go to, equipment out there, or supplies, or whatever, where the signs always come on?
yeah, that's pretty obvious. Oh, that's because Jean wants it broke down better. That's actually what she asked. Because they're trying to do, they're trying to actually watch what they're spending on signs.
Okay.
That's why.
I mean, not all that, I guess.
No,
So is Robert and Catherine Pilzer a husband and wife?
yes.
The ones that broke up?
I don't know. That's just what I was told to do.
Yeah.
Taxes, I suppose.
It might be that the tax, I don't know, it was something about, the way they're taxed. Like if you bring in so much or something like that.
That's what I told Eric, too. As soon as we get the water fixed, there's still be one thing that's gonna be done. So you can get your half up front and then you my half.
How did that go over?
Went over good?
Yeah.
Totally agree.
She's like, I won't have to support you ever again, Kevin. Oh, I get cold. Well,
Some of that's on.
I guess it depends on how much money she wins in the lottery.
Well,
I might hang out out there too. If she's got that much money to spend. You tell her I can use a sugar mama too, every now and then.
I think we use the sugar daddy, no, water.
You know, it's like the cost of things has gotten so bad anymore. It just sneaks up on you, and all of a sudden, you look and you got everything in order, and just all of a sudden, boom.
So I gotta be here on the 6th, or when we vote in June, what's that?
June 11th is the election?
Yeah, I gotta be ready. I think you're home.
No, you have to be here for canvas board.
That's the 24th.
Yep.
Oh, I thought one of the commissioners had to be here that day. too.
Not during the election,
No,
just the
not,
canvas.
just the canvas board, and it's normally the head, but those two are both on the ballot.
Okay, so on the 24th.
Yep.
I didn't do it last time.
That's fine, I just understand.
I mean, you can sure come vote in person.
Well, I know, well, Kathy was here that, stood here last time.
She's on the
She
election.
volunteered.
Okay.
The first year during COVID, we needed somebody, well, we didn't, but they suggested we hire somebody to greet people, to get them in and out quicker, and she volunteered to do that, and now she's on the election board.
Okay. Perfect.
I haven't seen, I've talked to her on the phone a few times, but I just have not seen Kathy.
Okay, seen her at the zoning meeting.
Sure. They are for sure. They selling the place or?
She didn't say, she just said, it's all like the lot of place down, South Rapid or whatever.
Close to the grandkids, so get it.
No, one of those that don't chase after my grandkids, you stay where they're at. Yeah, not that I don't care for them.
Right, no, it's nice to be grandpa and then send them home kind of thing. Spoil them rotten and then making the parents' problem. Yeah. There's more Apple gift cards for your kids. So, sign it?
Yeah, it's cool for me. Send a letter out and just basically say, being a employee if they're not, they don't need me.
Yeah.
Unless he's calling.
Well, I think even at that point, we just end up calling somebody else maybe.
That's pretty expensive.
Like I never always get just to do that for that price.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Okay, gonna pay for that cabin down in Hills like this.
Do you have one?
No, I
I do, you have.
can't. This house down.
Oh, you guys live in a garage. That's cool.
Commission just texted me, are you sure some of those times weren't for the armory? Is the bill?
We just got a bill from the armory.
You said it was not.
Yeah, because he called upset that it's a Kenny's rental and the bank wouldn't cash it.
Oh, if it's a rental.
Yeah, because he doesn't actually have a legal business.
Oh, really? Why wouldn't you just run it through his shop? Let's see.
I told him just to sign it, Kenny's rental, Kenny Chadwick, pay over to Kenny Chadwick.
Okay, we have bills and all bills. Is there a motion to pay the bills? Second, is there discussion on the bills? Any discussion? Hearing none, I'll call a motion, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Right.
Aye. Motion carried. What else we gotta do here, Chris? I guess I'll discuss some things with the mayor about that.
You gotta go out to the shop.
Yeah, I'm gonna go out there and talk to them.
Because the sooner the better, if I have to have a special meeting, they want it paid before that.
Oh, sure.
So they're gonna have to have time to figure that out.
Okay. Yeah, and just to figure it out at the old rate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take care of that, and, yeah, I'll talk to him about the math to come up with from what KV's position, and come up with that 15%, and see what he thinks about that too, if he's got any, maybe something we're missing, or he missed, or whatever, too, we can work together on that. And our joint meeting is, what date again?
28th.
Is that a Tuesday or Wednesday?
28th.
Tuesday the 28th?
I believe so.
So it's the day after Memorial Weekend? I
Yes.
think I remember that.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to be doing anything for that?
I think it's,
Besides just putting things in here, you're just having no
Yep.
food?
if anything, I'll pick up some cookies and stuff and then bought a case of water again or whatever, but in case it gets to be a late night, but yeah, I'll take care of all that, so. I guess other than just correspond with me if, since it's our meeting, we'll take their agenda items if they want to add agendas, but otherwise I just like to help them just kind of organize certain timeframes to go through contracts and stuff. And, if we keep it somewhat organized and have set times on the agenda, I think we can limit the interruptions, to where the public, if they want to speak, they can speak. But if we have designated times, we can try and keep it on schedule better, because otherwise it could get out of hand, and depending on the amount of interest we have on the subject, I guess if we're gonna host, we definitely need to do a good job of making sure it's run efficiently and everybody's not here till midnight. I'm trying to think if there's anything else we need to do.
That's here in this room, right?
That'll be here now. Anything we need to do before we adjourn? Bills are paid.
So Chris, on those budget sheets, you can print some of those out.
Yep, you may have them ready for you at some point, or you want to do them now,
Nah, I'll stop it in a week or so, whenever you get it, wasn't.
You're talking on the department heads.
Yeah, those sheets
Yeah, I like to have them scratch on.
Yeah.
Myself, so if you're gonna print cabinets, there's pretty much I like to have them scratch on.
that, I do.
Lay on. Sometimes just have the old fashioned paper pen in front of you.
I went through these and stuff. Actually, didn't see you, right? I thought there should be a lot of changes on, to be honest with you.
Non-departmental. Yeah, I know, I think we'll take on for our insurance and all that stuff, but even